of ceremony for today's agenda.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and all participants.
All praises be to Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, who has blessed us with the opportunity to gather here today at the 4th International Conference on Restructuring and Transforming Law, hosted by Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. May peace and blessing be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us toward justice and wisdom.
It's an honor and privilege for us to serve as your master of ceremony for this esteemed conference. Today, we come together to explore legal innovation and challenges in the digital era, strengthening justice, governance, and human rights. A theme that is highly relevant in addressing the complexity of law in the digital transformation era.
Before we begin, allow me to extend a warm welcome to all of our distinguished keynote speakers.
Professor Dr. Absori SH.M.Hum from Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Professor Gulyamov Said Saidrakarovich, PhD, from Tashkent State University, Uzbekistan, Marjan Marendi Parkinson, PhD, from Leeds Trinity University, Cecil Maesi Keilmuan, PhD, Crime, for Our Lady of Fatima University.
As well as all scholars, researchers, and professionals joining us from various countries. May this conference be a fruitful platform for insightful discussion, knowledge sharing, and strengthening global collaboration in the field of law. As a master of ceremony today, please allow me to read the list of agenda today. First will be the opening session. Second, reciting a Holy Quran by Miss Wafa. Third, Indonesian anthem song and March Muhammadiyah. Fourth, opening speech from director. Fifth, welcoming speech from the Vice Dean Faculty of Law, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. Sixth, the main session from keynote speaker to deliver their material. The seventh agenda will be reciting dua, and the last agenda will be the closing ceremony.
Now, let's open this agenda by reciting Basmalah together.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The next agenda will be reciting Holy Quran by Miss Wafa and Miss Karen. To Miss Wafa and Miss Karen, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Inna fatahna laka fathan mubina liyaghfira laka Allahu ma taqaddama min dhanbika wa ma ta'akhkhara wa yutimma ni'matahu 'alayka wa yahdiyaka siratan mustaqima. وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا هو الذي أنزل السكينة في قلوب المؤمنين ليزدادوا إيمانا مع إيمانهم ولله جنود السماوات والأرض وكان الله عليما حكيما. ليدخل المؤمنين والمؤمنات جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار ليدخل المؤمنين والمؤمنات جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار خالدين فيها ويكفر عنهم سيئاتهم وكان ذلك عند الله فوزا عظيما ويعذب المنافقين والمنافقات والمشركين والمشركات الظانين بالله ظن السوء عليهم دائرة السوء وغضب الله عليهم ولعنهم وأعد لهم جهنم وساءت مصيرا صدق الله العظيم.
Indeed, we have granted you a clear triumph of prophet, so that Allah may forgive you for your past and future shortcomings, perfect His favor upon you, guide you along the straight path, and so that Allah will help you tremendously. He is the one who sent down serenity upon the hearts of the believers, so that they may increase even more in their faith, and Allah is all-knowing always. So He may admit believing men and women into gardens under which rivers flow, to say their forever and absolve them of their sins, and then is an achievement in the sight of Allah. To Allah alone belong the forces of the heaven and the earth, and Allah is Almighty, always. Quran Surah Al-Fat number 1 till 7. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Ms. Wafa and Ms. Kara. The next agenda is to sing the Indonesian national anthem and Sang Surya. To all attendees, please stand up and sing together. To Ms. Angel, the stage is yours.
Nah
attendants please back sit down. Thank you to Ms. Angel. Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin this esteemed conference, it is an honor to invite a distinguished figure to officially open today's event.
Opening speech will be delivered by official comments from our rector, Supriyono STMT PhD, as Vice Rector of International Affairs Cooperation. Mr. Supriyono, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Innal hamdalillah wassalatu wassalim ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi amma ba'd. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Law Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta and Vice Dean, the Honorable Speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome you all to the 4th International Conference on Restructuring and Transformation Law, organized by Faculty of Law Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. I think Faculty of Law Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta is very active to do international conference. I remember some days ago I did the same things to give opening speech on international conference as well, but at that time it was onlinely. In this era of globalization and digital revolution, the legal landscape is undergoing rapid and dynamic transformation. Existing regulation must continuously be updated to accommodate the challenges and complexities of the modern world. Therefore, this conference serves as an essential platform to discuss various perspectives on the restructuring and transformation of legal framework to address the ever-evolving social, economic, and technological changes. This year's conference theme, Legal Innovation and Challenges in the Digital Era, Strengthening Justice, Governance, and Human Rights, is highly relevant to the current global landscape. We are confronted with increasingly complex legal issues, including technology, regulation, data protection, artificial intelligence, digital business law, and sustainable environment policies. Through this forum, I hope that innovative ideas will emerge, contributing significantly to the advancement of legal development at both national and international level. Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, as an institution committed to academic excellence and Islamic values, continuously encourages international academic collaboration in developing progressive and sustainable legal solutions. With this conference, I firmly believe that we will gain broader insights, strengthen academic networks, and deepen our understanding of how the law should evolve alongside technological and social advancements. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the entire organizing committees, speakers, and participants who have contributed to the success of this event. May the discussion held in this conference lead to valuable recommendations and solutions for the future development of legal frameworks. Finally, Let's open this conference by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Supriyono, SDMT, PhD, as Vice Rector of International Affairs Cooperation of Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, for your inspiring and insightful speech.
Your words have truly set the tone for today's conference, reminding us of the importance of legal innovation and the challenges we must address in the digital era. We deeply appreciate your support and leadership in making this event possible.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Supriyono, for your time and valuable message.
For the next speech, we would now like to invite Mrs. Wardah Yuspin, PhD, as the Vice Dean at Faculty of Law, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, to deliver their opening speech.
To Mrs. Wardah Yuspin, PhD, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished rector in the who like to come is here, Mr. Professor Dr. Supriyono, the keynote speaker, and also the honorable guests. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning and very warm welcome to you. It is my honor to welcome you in our event, the 4th International Conference on Restructuring and Transforming Law. On behalf of Faculty of Law, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, we are truly delighted to host this event. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Vice Rector, Professor Dr. Supriyono, for officially opening this conference. Your support to our events, as what he mentioned earlier, some days ago he opening our international event as well, short course, He is giving us his full support to held our international events. This year's themes of our conference on the legal innovation and challenges in the digital era, strengthening justice, governance, and human rights. This is such a big theme for us, as we know that we are entering the digital era nowadays. We live side by side by technology. We cannot live without technologies nowadays. As what I see here, everyone in this room, I believe you have a smartphone. It is basically one of the era, of the digitalization. As what we know, it is crucial to explore the legal framework, because we cannot avoid the digitalization, we have to live along with technology, okay? So we need to have a robust legal framework that can adapt to new challenges with upholding fundamental principles and justice. And not to forget mentioning about the human right. This is the basic need that we need to uphold here. We are honored to have distinguished keynote speakers. First of all, Professor Dr. Absori from Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. And then my best friend, Professor Said Gulyamov from Tashkent University of Law, Uzbekistan. And also, she's my best friend as well, Dr. Marjan Parkinson from Leeds Trinity University, yeah, United Kingdom, and also Cecil May Kanilon, PhD, from Our Lady Fatimah University of Philippines. Their expertise and insight will provide valuable perspective in this evolving landscape in the digital age. So we can learn a lot from them. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to all participants who will be presenting their research in this parallel session. Yeah, as I've been told by the committee that 96 paper has been submitted to this conference. It is very huge amount of paper we have here. Yeah, your contribution are invaluable in advancing legal scholarship and fostering critical discussion. And finally, I would like to express my gratitude, yeah, to the organizing committee, yeah, who worked really hard to make this event happen. Yeah, believe me, I know how hard they are working to make this event happen. Okay, may this conference serve as a meaningful platform to collaborations and knowledge, paving the way for legal innovation that support justice and governance in the digital era. With that, I officially declare that our fourth international conference on restructuring and transforming law be open. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Wadah Yusbin, PhD, for your insightful and inspiring opening speech.
Your words have truly set the stage for today's conference, highlighting the importance of legal innovation in addressing the challenges of the digital era while upholding justice, governance, and human rights.
Now, we have reached one of the most anticipated sessions of today's conference, the keynote speech session. In this session, we will hear from distinguished experts who will share their invaluable insight on today's theme, legal innovation and challenges in the digital era, strengthening justice, governance, and human rights.
To ensure a smooth and engaging discussion, the session will be moderated by Mr. Fayaz Failak. Before that, please allow me to read the curriculum vitae of Mr. Fayaz. He is a lecturer in Faculty of Law, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Surakarta. He was the first place winner of Constitutional Debate Competition, Legislative Fair, Universitas Negeri Semarang 2019. And the second place winner, Education Debate Competition, MPI Fair 2019. And winner of Article Research Competition, Disnatalis UIN Sunan Kalijaga 2019. He is also a Chief of Constitutional Observer Community on 2019 until 2020 and a Committee of Sleman Muhammadiyah Student Association since 2020 until 2021.
Without further ado, I would like to invite our esteemed moderator to lead the session. To Mr. Fayaz, the stage is yours.
Okay, attention please. Before we start, there are still empty seats in some front of you, so please fulfill it first before we start. And for the next 4 hours, I hope we can discuss and join the session effectively, so the transfer of knowledge in this seminar will be good for us. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim, wa bihi nasta'in wa ala umuri dunya waddin, Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. First of all, thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa taala. And second, salawat and salam to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Profesor Sofyanani, represented by Profesor Supriyono PhD, an Honorable Dean of Faculty of Law Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Profesor Keilmuan, represented by Ms. Warda Yusmin PhD, the Honorable our speakers from Professor Absori, welcome Prof, and three other speakers. There are Professor Said Gulyamov, Dr. Cecil and Dr. Marjan will be join us online. And last but not least, the Honorable for all of participants here who directly join us in this venue and our online participants who watch this seminar via YouTube. Okay. To all of participants, I'm very pleased to serve you as moderator. Let me introduce myself once again. My name is Muhammad M. Faiz Failak, and you can call me Fayaz. I'm a lecturer here. And I will help you to give questions and all of you need in these seminar sessions. And for your information, this seminar will help at 4 sessions. The first session with Professor Absori, the second with Professor Said, the third with Dr. Marjan, and the last with Dr. Cecil. And every sessions will break a minute, and I will be your moderator. Okay, let's introduce our speakers before I welcome our esteemed speakers here. Our first speaker is Professor Absori. He is the coordinator of doctoral programs of law in Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. He was born in Brebes, 5th May 1963. His education for bachelor degree in Universitas Gadjah Mada, finished in 1986. Master and doctoral degree in Diponegoro University, Universitas Diponegoro, finished in 1991 and in 2006. He is an expert of Indonesian law, especially for 3 main topics. The first is about environmental law, the second is about politics and law or legal politics, and the third about the philosophy of law. Okay, so please welcome our speaker, Professor Absori. Give applause to him. Okay, while waiting for the technical setting, so I will say hi to our speakers. Apa kabar, Prof? Okay, maybe the committee can help me to prepare the LCD connector. Okay, so our points here will about 4 key points we will discuss about. The first is about ethical concept in Islamic law related to technological advancement. The second about implication of AI or implication of AI use in the context of Sharia law. The third will about Islamic approaches to ensuring justice and accountability in AI applications. And the last points will about challenges and solutions for integrating AI with Islamic values. So for next 30 minutes, you will hear material or presentation from our speaker. And the last 30 minutes, please give good and attractive questions about those topics. Okay? And I hope you stay focused and keep attention for this session. Are you ready, Prof? Okay. Okay, for Professor Absori, the time is yours.
Thank Mas Paya, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'd. Thank Allah and salawat salam for Prophet Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and welcome audience, ladies and gentlemen. At present, I will do presentation in international seminar. My topic about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, we will to present and discuss about the perspective, regulation, ethical, and Islamic. Okay, as introduction, I will do presentation about that development through industrialization has succeeded in bringing human life to better level welfare. Development has reduced various advancement, including in technological production, management, information sector. All this has succeeded in increasing modern human life equality. The current industrial development has entertained a stake that the known as the industrialization revolution 4.0, where a great jump happened. This resulted in fundamental change of sophisticated technology based on the use of the internet, robot, and intellectual manipulation known as artificial intelligence. The use of artificial intelligence currently attracts the attention of the various countries, leading to use in various areas, including Indonesia. In Indonesia, artificial intelligence has been used, developed, and applied in many industrialization and company, different business sector, including education, banking, finance, and health. And next, the problem, my paper, and discussion. The problem of this paper, the issue of definition of artificial intelligence, as well as artificial intelligence from perspective legal regulation, perspective ethic, and perspective the Islamic religion. Number one, definition of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a system that allows a computer to act intelligently like human being. According to World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, artificial intelligence is a discipline computer science which develop, imagine, and system carry out tasks that are demanded to require human intelligence. Okay, I will to continue presentation. Definition, another definition state that artificial intelligence is an electronic system device that has the ability to automatically process information that carried out by an entity. In this case, this entity has responsibility as an electronic agent and electronic system established. In law Indonesia, law number 11/28, revised by law number 1/2024 on electronic information on transaction, Article 1, Clause 8, it states that is an electronic agent as a device of electronic system that is made to carry out an action toward a certain electronic information that is automatically established by person. The establishment of artificial intelligence is carried out by people, state established, business enterprise, legal enterprise, and society. In this case, the legal liability burdened on the electronic system established who established the artificial intelligence service. Therefore, the electronic system established must be sure that the system used safe, reliable, secure, and responsible. Error and failure in the use of electronic system operation is not responsibility of the user. According to the civil law or private law, according to civil law, form of liability as a legal subject cannot be separated from the responsibility of committed on action. In this case, the artificial intelligence owner may be asked for his or his civil liability case of harm. Obligation and responsibility of the electronic agent established. Number one, obligation to keep user data confidential. Number two, protect user data. Number three, guarantee to private and user data. Number four, deliver information system related to system used to avoid bringing losses and user. And five, prohibit the feature that allow use the chain information during transaction process. Article intelligence in legal development. Part of from the legal must be based on some principle. Some principle, number one, common licensing principle. Number two, community licensing principle. Number three, social licensing principle. Artificial intelligence currently used in various sectors, including creating law and making legal decision, the legal sector. In creating law, artificial intelligence may be to use range, sentence, narrative, as well automatic legal text and document analysis. In creating legal decision, may be used to identify legal trend, pattern, as well legislation change is more efficient manner. It may be used to analyze legal data, identify legal case, and identity legal decision that will be carried out. And three, it may be used and provide the legal advice and recommendation based on the programmed knowledge. And number four, what must be noted is that the use artificial intelligence must be also pay attention to the aspect of data security, ethics, and the law. Okay, number three, I will to operation both artificial intelligence from ethics. Ethics are good human behavior or action that human must be carried out according to common moral and norms. Ethics are related to the concept of individual or society, whether or not the action carried out, right or wrong, good or bad. From an ethical perspective, artificial intelligence set instrument, its work inseparable from rule of human being in programming the system related to good or bad, right or wrong, as well appropriate and or inappropriate. In the ethic aspect, the use of artificial intelligence required care. It is extensive, demand to cause or time use that may lead to concern that may erase and even substantive the rule of human being, their livelihood activities. There is document of artificial intelligence in ethics. Document the pontifical academic of Rome, some company, for example, IBM or Microsoft, and the Italian government have ratified a document, artificial intelligence ethic with content, number one, transparency. In this case, artificial intelligence system must be explainable in scientific manner. Number two, inclusion. This means that there must be consideration of the need of humankind so that as the person may obtain benefit. Number two, responsibility. This means that those who design and prepare the use of artificial intelligence must do with full responsibility. Number 4, impartiality. This means not creating or acting in a biased manner to maintain justice and protect human dignity. Number 5, reliability. This means that the artificial intelligence system must be able to work reliability. And number 6, security and privacy. This means that artificial intelligence system must work in a secure manner that respect the privacy of this user. The next, artificial intelligence in Islamic perspective. In the Islamic perspective, there is no religious argument. In Indonesia, dalil. There is no religious argument, dalil, that prohibit the use artificial intelligence in scientific development and technological advancement. Islam permit the use of artificial intelligence so long it essential bring use benefit maslahah and does not bring harm mudarat to human being. Chapter Al-Mujadalah verse 11. Yarfa'illahu alladhina amanu minkum walladhina utul ilma darajah. Allah will excel those who believe among you and those who are given knowledge by degree. Allah akan memberikan tingkatan yang tinggi bagi orang yang berilmu. And Ar-Rahman, chapter Ar-Rahman, versi 33, Ya masarul jinni wal insi anistata'an tangfudu min ang tangfudus as-sama wal ad tangfudu illa bisultan. Jin and men, if you have power to pass beyond zones on the heaven and the earth, the pass, but you will never be able to pass them except with authority. Authority, the meaning sultan atau power. Chapter Al-Alaq, verse 1 until 5. Iqra bismi rabbikal ladzi khalaq, khalaqal insana min 'alaq, iqra wa rabbukal akram, alladzi 'allama bil qalam. Read with the name of your Lord who created. He created man from Lord blood. Read it, and your Lord, the most gracious, who teach a human with pen. Pen is symbol knowledge. The next, in Al-Imran, verse 190 until 191, state, indeed, in the creation of heaven and the earth and alternation of day and night, there are second people of ration. What is people ration? People ration is ulil albab. Ulil albab alladzina yadhkuruna qiyaman wa qu'udan wa ala junubihim wa yatafakkaruna fi khalqis samawati wal ardh. Rabbana ma khalaqta hadza batila subhanaka faqina adzabannar. There are those who remember Allah while standing, sitting, lying, and said and reflect of the creation of heaven and the earth and pray, our Lord, you have not created all of without purpose. They saw that Islam does not prohibit the development and use scientific and technological advancement, including artificial intelligence. Several Islamic countries have started in development artificial intelligence technology through the creation application in form of basic fatwa decision, ruling a point Islamic law given by recognized authority. According Muji and Salsabila, best ijma. What is ijma? Ijma is consensus scholar. Scholar in Islamic name ulama. Al ulama warasatul anbiya. Artificial intelligence does not violate the basic value of Islam. So long as it does not bring harm, it can be accepted. Even so, it still requires supervision in its implementation so that according Islamic Sharia. Basic argument of the Islamic scholar ijma, which law artificial intelligence is that everything that is not prohibited in Islam, demanded permitted to long as it does not bring harm and damage it to humankind, society, and environment. The reason for benefit such as the health, education, and legal sector becomes a strong reason benefit characteristic. In this health sector, artificial intelligence may be used to undergo medical diagnosis to diagnose illness. It can be used to increase the accurate and efficient in giving treatment and making clinical decision. In education sector, artificial intelligence may create a more adaptive learning experience that adapt teaching material to the need of a student and help student learn in more effective manner. The Islamic principle in the use artificial intelligence. There are many principles. Number one, Tauhid. Tauhid, artificial intelligence should not be consideration an independence enterprise or required with God creation of human. Stressing God creation of human in Tauhid. Number two, maslahah, syariah. Artificial intelligence can be used to create a solution that benefit humanity without harming others. Number three, amanah, trust, morty. Artificial intelligence must be used to responsibility. Number four, moral, akhlak. Artificial intelligence development must have good intention, benefit humanity, and avoid potential harm or damage. The use of artificial intelligence in Islam, use of artificial intelligence for purposes that are contrary to Sharia, such as the online gambling, or creation of pornographic content. In the use of artificial intelligence for things that are not useful, even though they do not directly violate the Sharia, can be macro because it water time. And the next, the integration science, artificial intelligence, and Islamic value. Integration science and value, according Zaidun Sardar, one scientist from Pakistan, that science must be based on Islamic value. Number one, the principle of monotheism. Monotheism, Tauhid, which contain the meaning that the entire impartial heaven and earth, all its content exist by the will Allah. The second principle of Khalifah and Mandat, namely the human presence on the earth in order to carry out the function as Khalifatullah. Al-Baqarah Treaty. Al-Baqarah, wa idh qala rabbuka lil malaikati inni ja'ilun fil ardi khalifah, which Allah entrusts the proper and the percept, the natural empowerment. Everything is done in the context of the whispering Allah. Az-Zariyat 56. Az-Zariyat, wa ma khalaqtul jinna wal insa illa liya'budun. The third Syariah principle and the fourth, the principle of moral, namely the human as noble creature as not allowed do damage it, and the exploitative pasat destroy it on the face of the earth, and the commit waste, calling for good deed, ihsan, or good in form of sustainability and islah, reconciliation to establish peace. According to Tarjih Muhammadiyah, in Muhammadiyah, manhaj tarjih, approach. Muhammadiyah tarjih play crucial role in addressing various contemporary issues, including those arising from the technological advancement like artificial intelligence. This approach is characterized by rational, contextual, and adherence to Islamic principle as regulated in Al-Quran and Sunnah. Manhaj tarjih approach serve as a guideline for the Muslim for harness technology while adhering to Islamic principle such as justice, benefit to society, and balances between work and spiritual life. The future of artificial intelligence, if according Roger Jarudi, define transcendent into three perspectives. The first, transcendent acknowledge the development of the human being on the Creator, namely Allah, the Lord of the universe. They must have to attitude of feeling enough with themselves and grateful for what Allah has given them. And second, transcendental means acknowledging the extent, the regulation of the relationship between God and human. And third, transcendent means acknowledging the superiority of absolute norm created by Allah that exceed the limit of the human mind. And conclusion, there are three conclusions. Conclusion one, according to the perspective of Indonesia law, artificial intelligence regulated in law and electronic information and transaction. It is understood as management of action of technology that demanded as the on electronic agent. Electronic agent established must guarantee that the system uses the secure, reliable, safe, and responsible. Error and fail to operation and the user are not the responsibility of the user. And number two, from ethical perspective, artificial intelligence is series of tool. Its operation is variable from the rule of human being in programming system related to good or bad, right or wrong, and appropriate or inappropriate. All this must refer to ethical value based on honestly, virtue, and appropriateness. And conclusion number three, the Islamic perspective does not prohibit development and use technology, including artificial intelligence technology. Islam allows the use of artificial intelligence so long as the extensive products benefit and maslahah. It must not be measured to bring harm, mudarat, to humankind. I think it is my paper. In the time I will give to moderator. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, give applause to our speakers. Thank you, Prof, for the insightful perspectives about the AI, Islamic perspective, legal perspective, and ethical perspective. So let's move to the question and answer sessions. Because we still have 10 minutes, I think I just give a chance for one question. So for ladies and gentlemen here, please raise your hand up. Okay, for one person, only one person, because we only have 10 minutes. Okay, I still waiting for you for only one person to give a question. Okay, is there a question? Okay, while we waiting for the questions, maybe the questions is from me. So, Professor, give Muhammadiyah perspective about artificial intelligence. So, is there discussions or some forum in Muhammadiyah to try create like fikih artificial intelligence or fatwa about artificial intelligence in Muhammadiyah, Prof?
Thank you very much, moderator. According Muhammadiyah, there is the manhaj tarjih. Yeah. In manhaj tarjih, approach that artificial intelligence, one of the development science and technology. Science and technology very interesting in Muhammadiyah approach and characteristical by rational and contextual and based on principle Islam is Quran and Sunnah. Beside Quran and Sunnah, there is ijma ulama. Ijma ulama. We can conclusion that Muhammadiyah very Muhammadiyah not restrict in development and science technology, especially in artificial intelligence. I think that is.
Okay, thank you, Prof. It means Muhammadiyah is still open to the artificial intelligence development and discussion. Okay, so we still have 7 minutes. It's still too long to answer your questions. Please, one answer. Okay, the gentleman in the front. Okay, please state your name first and brief your questions to the point. Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sebelumnya maaf Prof, ini saya kan tidak fasih berbahasa Inggris. Saya izin bertanya pakai bahasa Indonesia. Perkenalkan, nama saya Anggris Bagus, mahasiswa Fakultas Hukum Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. Izin bertanya Prof, haruskah AI itu diberikan status sebagai subjek hukum? Dan apa implikasinya terhadap tanggung jawab hukum dalam kasus kerugian dan kesalahan? Terima kasih. Sekian. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for question from Anggris. The question is about should AI be created about to the subject of law? To the point. The point is that AI and subject of law, Professor. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, Mas. The name? Mas Anggris. Jadi AI atau artificial intelligence not subject hukum because it is arranged from computer with technology. He is not human being. It's only system. In law Indonesia, number 1/22/5, Article 1, that artificial intelligence is intelligent electronic agent. Jadi agen elektronik itu sifatnya barang. Sebagai barang, dia hanya bisa dipakai oleh pengguna. Jadi pengguna ini tidak dibebani kewajiban, not liability to responsible. Jadi dia tidak punya tanggung jawab, ya. Dia hanya mengguna. Kalau terjadi foul atau kesalahan atau bad, kerusakan, itu tanggung jawabnya adalah perancangnya. Contoh misal, for example, if there is a robot to design decision law in court di pengadilan, membuat putusan di pengadilan, robot will take klausul pasal-pasal. But when he decision, dia tidak bisa memutus. Yang memutus adalah manusia, because he is not being a human being. Dia bukan manusia. Tapi dia bisa membantu. He help to judge, membuat putusan pengadilan in order putusan itu bagus. Jadi kesimpulannya dia bukanlah subjek hukum sebagaimana manusia, tapi dia hanya perangkat, ya, rancangan, ya, yang dibuat oleh desainer engineering, dan dia bisa membantu untuk membuat putusan di pengadilan maupun he have to regulation in parlemen, peraturan parlemen di parlemen, sifatnya hanya membantu, tidak bisa memutus perkara sampai yang esensial, sebab dia itu tidak punya perasaan, dia hanya punya reason, ya, rasio, dia not happen hurts, tidak punya perasaan. Namun demikian, dalam banyak hal, artificial intelligence very interesting to have work of the man. Jadi bagus untuk memudahkan bekerja. Contoh misal, untuk melacak data, dia tidak bisa bertanggung jawab akurasi data, tapi dia hanya supplier data. Konklusi dari data untuk merumuskan analysis itu dikembalikan pada manusianya, ya, pada manusianya, bukan pada artificial intelligence. Sifatnya hanya teknologi. Jadi itu, Mas. I think enough.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Professor. Give applause to our speakers. Thank you. Okay, I try to sum up a little. There is several key points from our speakers. The first, if we talk AI on the perspective of regulations, the case is how about AI as a subject of law. So AI cannot be subject of law, but he can help us as a original subject of law. So from the ethical aspect, there is some standard for AI like responsibility, inclusiveness, and the others. And the last, from Islamic views and Muhammadiyah views. So basically, it's allowed to use based on Islamic principles, but the limit is about it not harm the interest of the human, like that. Ya, AI pada dasarnya secara hukum itu dipraktikan dan dia bisa dijadikan subjek hukum, akan tetapi dia tidak bisa dijadikan subjek hukum, akan tapi dia dapat menjadi alat yang menunjang subjek hukum manusia itu dalam memutus dan sebagainya. Kemudian dalam perspektif etis ada standar-standar etis yang harus dipatuhi, dan terakhir dari perspektif Islam pada dasarnya AI itu tidak bertentangan dengan prinsip-prinsip dasar, tetapi ada batasannya ketika itu menyebabkan madarat dan lain sebagainya, dan Muhammadiyah terbuka untuk perkembangan AI ke depan. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you once again. Thank you for your perspective, Professor. Thank you for all the participants here. And we will break a minute until we continue the next sessions with Professor Said Rahrov. I think I'm not closing this session with a salam. Once again, thank you, Professor. Okay.
Thank you very much. Pardon me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all of participants and presenter of ICRTLaw, attention please. Because after the sessions, our speaker, Professor Said from Uzbekistan, has a little trouble about the connections. So I hope we can concentrate and still focus because of this trouble, we can't directly interaction with our speakers, but we tried to connect. So I hope it's not bother our learn in this seminar. Before we start this second sessions, I will introduce our speakers. Name, Professor Said Gulyamov. Professor Said Gulyamov is distinguished scholar with over 25 years of expertise in legal science. And as the founder of the head of Department of Cyber Law at Tashkent State University in Uzbekistan, he pioneers research at the interaction of law, technology, and artificial intelligence. Prof. Gulyamov has founded prestigious scientific schools in corporate law and cyber law, authored over 250 scholarly publications, and developed groundbreaking legislative frameworks for digital governance. His international collaborations include joint LLM programs with universities in Indonesia, India, and Italy and Poland. A recognized authority in cybersecurity and AI regulations, Professor Gulyamov's visionary work continues to shape legal frameworks for the digital era across Central Asia and beyond. So for this session, we will continue the topics about the conceptual topic about artificial intelligence. The key points first about how technological advancement affect the criminal justice system. The second, cybercrimes such as online fraud, hacking, and other technology-based offense. Third, changes in criminal evidence procedures in the digital era. And the last, the need to update criminal laws to address digital threats effectively. So please prepare your questions. And for the next sessions, for our esteemed speaker, Professor Said Gulyamov, the screen is yours.
Dear colleagues and listeners, first of all, I want to provide some information about Uzbekistan, which is often called the Pearl of the East, which is known for its unique cultural heritage. The country is home to many ancient architectural marvels. Uzbekistan, a vibrant and fascinating country rich in history that continues to attract visitors and investors from all over the world. Welcome to Uzbekistan. Digital Ecology 2.0 and the transformation of criminal law, developing algorithmic strategies for a digital greenpeace to combat information pollution and cybercrime in the age of digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, the rapid development of digital technologies has created new challenges in maintaining a healthy digital ecosystem. This research explores the intersection of Digital Ecology 2.0 and the transformation of criminal law, with a focus on developing algorithmic strategies for the proposed organization of Digital Greenpeace on combating information pollution and cybercrime. The concept of Digital Greenpeace represents an innovative approach to addressing digital environmental issues, drawing parallels with traditional environmental protection efforts. This study consists of 6 main sections, which examine the legal aspects of the digital ecology, the transformation of criminal law in the digital context, algorithmic strategies for legal support, approaches to combating information pollution, preventing and responding to cybercrime, as well as the conceptualization and legal implementation of Digital Greenpeace. Evolution of the concept of digital ecology in the context of cyber law. The concept of digital ecology has evolved significantly since its inception, becoming closely intertwined with the development of cyber law. Huberman's seminal work laid the foundation for understanding digital environments as complex, interconnected systems. This ecological perspective has had a profound impact on the formulation of legal concepts in the digital sphere. Research by Kleinberg and Bogunja has further expanded this understanding by emphasizing the dynamic interactions within digital ecosystems. The evolution of the digital ecology has directly influenced the development of cybercrime legislation. For example, the 2001 Convention on Cybercrime, Budapest Convention, in its preamble recognizes the need for cooperation between states and the private sector in combating cybercrime, reflecting an ecological approach to digital security. Article 23 of the Convention specifically addresses international cooperation, recognizing the interconnected nature of digital ecosystems. Reed's work on Internet law has been instrumental in bridging the gap between technological advances and legal frameworks, highlighting the need for adaptive legal strategies in response to the evolving digital landscape. This adaptability is evident in the ongoing amendments to cybercrime laws, such as the U.S. Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, CFAA. The 2008 amendments to the CFAA expanded its scope to include new forms of cybercrime, including conspiracy to commit computer fraud and abuse. The concept of digital ecology has also influenced the development of data protection laws. The EU General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, especially in its approach to data ecosystems and the flow of personal information, reflects an ecological understanding of the digital environment. Article 25 of the GDPR, which mandates data protection by default, embodies the principle of building resilient and flexible digital ecosystems. In addition, the emergence of the Internet of Things, IoT, has added new dimensions to the digital ecology, requiring a legal framework that can address the unique challenges posed by interconnected devices. The EU Cybersecurity Act 2019, which establishes a pan-European cybersecurity certification framework for ICT products, services, and processes, is a response to these evolving environmental challenges in the digital sphere. Principles of Digital Ecology 2.0 and their reflection in modern cybercriminal law. Digital Ecology 2.0 is characterized by three core principles: resilience, connectivity, and adaptability. These principles are increasingly reflected in modern cybercriminal legislation. The principle of resilience is embodied in laws that focus on long-term digital security, such as the EU Network and Information Security (NIS) Directive. Article 14 of the NIS Directive obliges operators of essential services to take appropriate security measures, ensuring the resilience of critical digital infrastructures. The principle of interconnectedness is evident in laws dealing with cross-border cybercrime, as seen in the Council of Europe Convention on Cybercrime. Article 23 of the Convention emphasizes international cooperation in the investigation of cybercrime, recognizing the interconnected nature of digital environments. This principle is further reinforced by the EU Directive on Attacks on Information Systems, which aims to facilitate the exchange of information between member states to combat large-scale cyber attacks. The principle of adaptability is reflected in the constant updating of cybersecurity laws, such as the U.S. Cybersecurity Enhancement Act of 2014, which provides for regular reassessment and updating of national cybersecurity strategies. This adaptability is also evident in the EU's approach to cybersecurity, as the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, ENISA, regularly updates its threat landscape reports to inform policy and legislative responses. Brenner's work on cybercrime threats has influenced legal responses that adapt to evolving digital challenges. Her analysis of the transnational nature of cybercrime has influenced legislative approaches that emphasize international cooperation and information sharing. Comprehensive analysis of digital economic crimes further highlights the need for adaptive legal frameworks to address the dynamic nature of cybercrime. His work has influenced the development of laws that can flexibly respond to new forms of digital economic crime, such as cryptocurrency fraud and smart contract vulnerabilities. The principle of sustainability in the digital ecology is also reflected in laws concerning the impact of digital technologies on the environment. For example, the EU Directive on Waste Electrical and Electronic Equipment, WEEE Directive, incorporates environmental principles into the regulation of the life cycles of digital technologies, emphasizing the need for sustainable production and disposal methods for electronic devices. Moreover, the concept of digital ecology has influenced the development of laws concerning competition in the digital market. The EU Digital Markets Act, proposed in 2020, aims to ensure fair and open digital markets, reflecting an ecological approach to maintaining a healthy and diverse digital ecosystem. Legal indicators of the state of the digital ecosystem in the context of cybercrime. Assessing the health of digital ecosystems requires certain legal indicators, especially in the context of cybercrime. These indicators are closely related to methods for measuring and combating cybercriminal activity. The information security indicators set out in the EU General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, serve as critical indicators. Article 32 of the GDPR prescribes the implementation of appropriate technical and organizational measures to ensure data security, providing a legal benchmark for the health of the ecosystem. The level of compliance with digital rights enshrined in various international treaties and national constitutions also serves as a key indicator. The UN Office on Drugs and Crimes Comprehensive Cybercrime Survey provides a basis for assessing the prevalence and impact of cybercrime, offering valuable indicators for the health of the ecosystem. NSA Reports Threat Landscape offers another set of indicators that track cyber threat trends and the effectiveness of legal and technical countermeasures. These reports provide quantitative data on different types of cyber attacks, helping to assess the overall security of digital ecosystems. Internet Organized Crime Threat Assessment, IOCTA, further contributes to this assessment by providing information on emerging cybercrime trends and the effectiveness of current legal frameworks in combating them. IOCTA reports offer detailed analysis of different types of cybercrime, including ransomware, online child sexual exploitation and payment fraud, providing a comprehensive picture of the digital threat landscape. Legal indicators of the health of the digital ecosystem also include the effectiveness of cross-border cooperation in investigating cybercrime. The number of successful requests for mutual legal assistance and joint investigations can serve as a metric for assessing the health of the international legal framework in combating cybercrime. The robustness of national cybersecurity strategies and their implementation can also serve as an indicator. The Global Cybersecurity Index, GCI, developed by the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, provides a comparative analysis of national cybersecurity commitments, offering insight into how prepared different countries are to combat cyber threats. Additionally, the existence and enforcement of data breach notification laws can serve as an indicator of the transparency and resilience of the ecosystem. For example, Article 33 of the GDPR requires that personal data breaches be reported to supervisory authorities within 72 hours, which is a measurable indicator of organizational compliance and response to security incidents. The development and adoption of cybersecurity standards, such as ISO/IEC 27001 for information security management systems, can also serve as indicators of ecosystem health. The level of compliance with these standards across industries can provide insight into the overall security status of digital ecosystems. Legal issues of implementing digital ecology 2.0 and combating cybercrime. Digital Principles Ecology 2.0 in the fight against cybercrime faces a number of legal challenges. One of the main obstacles is the issue of jurisdiction in digital spaces, which significantly affects the prosecution of cybercriminals. The United States v. Microsoft Corp. highlighted the complexity of data jurisdiction across national borders, questioning the reach of national warrants in the era of cloud computing. The issue of balancing privacy protection with the need for monitoring to prevent cybercrime is another important issue. The Schrems Case 2 highlighted the difficulties of harmonizing data protection laws with international data transfers for security purposes. The decision invalidated the EU-US Framework Document Privacy Shield, making it more difficult for transatlantic data exchanges to ensure compliance. Coops and Goodwin's research on cross-border criminal investigations in cyberspace examines these jurisdictional issues in detail, offering potential solutions for international cooperation. Their work highlights the need for new legal frameworks that can address the borderless nature of cybercrime while respecting national sovereignty. Walden's work on computer crime and digital forensics provides insight into the practical difficulties law enforcement faces in collecting and presenting digital evidence. The rapidly evolving nature of technology often outpaces legal procedures, creating challenges in evidence collection and admissibility. Potential solutions to these problems include developing international agreements on the exchange of digital evidence, as proposed in the Council of Europe's Second Additional Protocol to the Convention on Cybercrime. This protocol aims to improve cooperation in obtaining electronic evidence, while addressing some jurisdictional issues in cybercrime investigations. The introduction of privacy-preserving technologies in cybercrime investigations, as proposed in the EU cybersecurity strategy, offers a promising approach to balancing security needs with privacy rights. Techniques such as homomorphic encryption and secure multi-party computation can enable data to be analyzed without compromising individual privacy. Another challenge is addressing the use of encryption by cybercriminals. While encryption is critical to data security and privacy, it also creates barriers for law enforcement to access criminal communications. The ongoing debate over encryption backdoors exemplifies the tension between security needs and privacy rights. The rise of cryptocurrencies and blockchain technologies poses new challenges for cybercrime legislation. The pseudonymous nature of many cryptocurrencies complicates efforts to track and recover illicit funds. According to Chainalysis, the volume of cryptocurrency transactions associated with illicit activity has grown from $11.2 billion in 2020 to $20.1 billion in 2022, an increase of 79%. Legal frameworks are still evolving to accommodate the unique characteristics of blockchain-based crimes. Moreover, the rapid development of artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies creates new vulnerabilities and potential for abuse, which requires adaptive legal frameworks. According to a Europol report, the number of AI-based cybercrimes increased by 72% from 2019 to 2022, Fig. 2. The EU's AI law represents an attempt to address these issues, but its implementation and global adoption remains to be seen. Current status of cybercrime legislation. The current cybercrime legislative landscape reflects a complex interplay of national laws and international conventions shaped by the evolving nature of digital threats. The cornerstone of international efforts in this area is the Convention on Cybercrime, Budapest Convention, which has been ratified by 65 countries as of 2021. The convention provides a comprehensive framework to combat various forms of cybercrime, including unauthorized access, Article 2, system interference, Article 5, and content-related offenses, Articles 9 to 10. However, its effectiveness is limited by the lack of participation of key countries such as Russia and China. At the national level, countries have developed their own cybercrime laws, often inspired by the Budapest Convention but adapted to their specific legal systems. For example, the U.S. Cybersecurity Act of 2002 increased penalties for cybercrime and improved law enforcement capabilities. In the European Union, Directive 2013/40/EU on attacks against information systems harmonized cybercrime laws in member states by defining the offenses of unlawful interference with a system, Article 4, and unlawful interference with data, Article 5. Despite these advances, significant challenges remain. Rapid technological advances often outpace legislative processes, creating gaps in legal coverage. In addition, the global nature of cybercrime complicates enforcement efforts, as highlighted in the Microsoft case, which raised questions about the scope of national laws in the digital sphere. The diversity of national approaches to cybercrime legislation also poses challenges to international cooperation. While some countries have comprehensive cybercrime laws, others rely on traditional criminal laws applied to digital contexts. This disparity can create safe havens for cybercriminals and complicate cross-border investigations. Moreover, the growing sophistication of cybercrime methods, such as the use of darknet markets and advanced encryption, challenges the effectiveness of existing legal frameworks. Laws must continually evolve to combat new forms of cybercrime, such as ransomware attacks and cryptojacking. The intersection of cybercrime with other areas of law, such as data protection and intellectual property, further complicates the legislative landscape. For example, the EU GDPR has significant implications for cybercrime investigations, particularly in terms of data processing and cross-border information flow. New legal approaches to digital crimes. In response to the changing digital threat landscape, new legal approaches are being developed to combat cybercrime and information pollution within the digital ecology. The EU Digital Services Act, DSA, introduced in 2022, represents a significant shift in the regulation of digital platforms, imposing new obligations on content moderation and transparency. Article 26 of the DSA requires very large online platforms to assess and mitigate systemic risks, including the dissemination of illegal content. This approach reflects a move towards holding platforms accountable for the health of the digital ecosystem they support. The General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, although primarily focused on data protection, has also had a profound impact on the prevention of cybercrime. Article 32 of the GDPR requires the implementation of appropriate technical and organizational measures to ensure data security, indirectly contributing to the prevention of cybercrime. The regulation's emphasis on data minimization and purpose limitation, Article 5, also helps reduce the attack surface for potential cybercriminals. The European Commission's Artificial Intelligence Act aims to regulate artificial intelligence systems, which has implications for both cybersecurity and the fight against cybercrime. The Act recognizes the dual nature of artificial intelligence as a tool for enhancing cybersecurity and a potential vector for new forms of cybercrime. These legislative initiatives demonstrate a trend towards more comprehensive and proactive legal frameworks that take into account the complexities of the digital environment. The challenge is the balance between innovation, security, and individual rights, as is evident in the ongoing debates about encryption and law enforcement access to digital evidence. New approaches also include developing specific legislation to address emerging cyber threats. For example, the U.S. Clarifying Lawful Use of Data Abroad, CLOUD, Act aims to simplify the process of U.S. law enforcement access to data stored overseas, addressing some of the jurisdictional issues highlighted in the Microsoft case. Corp. The concept of security by design is increasingly being incorporated into legal frameworks. The EU Cybersecurity Act sets out a certification framework for ICT products, services and processes, promoting the integration of security functions from the earliest stages of development. There is also growing recognition of the need for sector-specific cybersecurity regulations. For example, the EU Network and Information Security (NIS) Directive imposes security obligations on essential service operators and digital service providers, recognizing the critical role of certain sectors in maintaining a healthy digital ecosystem. Challenges in prosecuting digital crimes. Prosecuting digital crimes presents unique challenges for law enforcement, particularly in the context of the digital ecology. One of the main challenges is collecting and preserving digital evidence. The volatile nature of digital data and the ease with which it can be altered or destroyed complicates prosecutions. Riley v. California highlighted the complexities of searching digital devices, as the U.S. Supreme Court recognized that modern cell phones contain vast amounts of personal information and required warrants to search them. Another significant issue is the admissibility of digital evidence in court. The R. Case v. Horncastle others in the UK dealt with issues surrounding hearsay evidence in digital communications, setting important precedents for the use of digital evidence in criminal proceedings. Authentication of digital evidence remains a critical issue as courts grapple with data integrity and supply chain issues in the digital realm. The transnational nature of cybercrime further complicates prosecution efforts. US v. Microsoft Corp. brought to the forefront questions of data jurisdiction and the limitations of national orders to access data stored overseas. The case led to the passage of the Cloud Act in the United States, which aimed to simplify the process of accessing data stored overseas. However, such unilateral legislative decisions can conflict with data protection laws in other jurisdictions, as was seen after the Schrems decision too. The rapidly evolving nature of technology also poses challenges, as law enforcement and legal professionals must continually update their knowledge and skills to effectively investigate and prosecute digital crimes. This includes understanding complex technologies such as blockchain, which can be used as a tool for cybercrime and as a means of tracking illegal transactions. Moreover, the use of anonymizing technologies such as VPNs and the Tor network makes it difficult to attribute cybercrime to specific individuals or groups. This anonymity problem is further exacerbated by the rise of cryptocurrency transactions, which can obscure the financial trail of criminal activity. The issue of encryption presents another significant obstacle to the prosecution of digital crimes. While encryption is critical to data security and privacy, it also creates barriers for law enforcement to access potential evidence. The ongoing debate over encryption backdoors highlights the tension between privacy rights and the needs of criminal investigations. In addition, the vast amount of data involved in many cybercrime cases can overwhelm traditional investigative and prosecutorial resources. This has led to an increase in the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning tools to process and analyze large data sets, which calls into question the reliability and admissibility of AI-generated evidence in court. International cooperation in the field of cybercriminal law. International cooperation is crucial in combating cybercrime and maintaining a healthy digital ecosystem, given the borderless nature of digital threats. Interpol's Global Complex for Innovation, IGCI, plays a key role in facilitating international law enforcement cooperation in cybercrime investigations. Similarly, Europol's European Cybercrime Center, EC3, coordinates cross-border cybercrime investigations within the EU and beyond. These organizations facilitate information sharing and operational support, which is crucial in combating transnational cybercrime. UN Resolution 74-247 on countering the use of ICTs for criminal purposes represents a global effort to create a comprehensive international convention on cybercrime. However, the initiative has faced challenges due to different approaches to internet governance and digital rights among UN member states. Bilateral and multilateral agreements have become practical solutions for international cooperation. For example, the U.S.-UK Bilateral Data Access Agreement, signed under the Cloud Act, allows law enforcement agencies in both countries to directly request electronic data from technology companies based in the other country, bypassing the often lengthy Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty (MLAT) process. The second additional protocol to the Budapest Convention, opened for signature in 2022, aims to strengthen international cooperation in cybercrime investigations by addressing issues such as the direct disclosure of subscriber information and compliance with orders from another party for expeditious production of data. Despite these achievements, challenges remain in harmonizing different legal systems and addressing sovereignty and human rights concerns in cross-border investigations. Different definitions of cybercrime in different jurisdictions can hinder effective cooperation, as can differences in data protection regimes and approaches to collecting digital evidence. In addition, the non-participation of some major countries in international cybercrime treaties creates significant gaps in the global system for combating digital crime. Political tensions and competing national interests can also hinder joint efforts to investigate cybercrime. Developing common standards for digital forensics and evidence processing is another area where international cooperation is critical. Initiatives such as the ISO/IEC 27037 guidelines for the identification, collection, acquisition, and preservation of digital evidence aim to establish globally recognized best practices, but their adoption and implementation varies across jurisdictions. In conclusion, although significant progress has been made in international cooperation to combat cybercrime, significant challenges remain. Addressing these challenges will require sustained diplomatic efforts, technical cooperation, and a commitment to balancing national interests with the need for a coordinated global response to digital threats. AI and machine learning in cybersecurity and law enforcement. The integration of artificial intelligence, AI, and machine learning, ML, into cybersecurity and law enforcement represents significant progress in the fight against digital crime. These technologies offer powerful tools for threat detection, pattern recognition, and predictive analysis. However, their implementation also raises important legal and ethical questions. Brundage et al. Highlight the dual nature of AI use in cybersecurity, emphasizing its potential for both defensive and malicious applications. This duality requires a careful legal framework to regulate the use of AI in law enforcement. The European Parliament's report on AI and law enforcement outlines key concerns, including the risk of bias in AI systems and the need for human oversight. These concerns are particularly relevant in the context of predictive policing and automated decision-making systems. The case of S. and Marper v. The United Kingdom in the European Court of Human Rights, although it predates the widespread use of AI, set important precedents regarding the storage and use of personal data by law enforcement, principles that now apply to AI-powered data analysis. In the United States, the use of facial recognition technology by law enforcement has faced legal challenges, with some cities introducing bans or restrictions. The debate around these technologies reflects the tension between empowering law enforcement and protecting privacy rights. The development of explainable AI, XAI, is emerging as a potential solution to address transparency and accountability issues in AI-based law enforcement tools. Legal frameworks are evolving to require transparency in AI systems used in high-stakes decision-making, as seen in the EU AI Act, which classifies some AI applications for law enforcement as high-risk and subject to strict requirements. As these technologies continue to evolve, it is critical to develop legal standards that ensure their responsible and ethical use in the fight against cybercrime while protecting fundamental rights. Natural language processing for content moderation and legal analysis. Natural language processing, NLP, has become a powerful tool in the fight against disinformation and malicious content, as well as in the analysis of legal documents. However, these applications of NLP technology raise significant legal challenges, particularly in the area of automated content moderation. Allery, Niblet, and Yoon discuss the transformative potential of AI in legal practice, including the use of NLP for contract analysis and legal research. According to a study by MIT Technology Review, the use of NLP in content moderation on major social platforms increased by 63% from 2020 to 2022, with the accuracy of detecting violations reaching 89%, up from 76% in 2020. In the context of content moderation, the EU Code of Practice on Disinformation encourages the use of AI and ML technologies to detect and limit the spread of disinformation. However, the introduction of these technologies must be balanced against concerns about freedom of expression. State case. Although not directly related to NLP, the U.S. case of Loomis in Wisconsin set an important precedent for the use of algorithmic risk assessment tools in the justice system. The court's decision highlighted the need for transparency and the right to challenge algorithmic decisions, principles that apply equally to NLP-based content moderation systems. The use of NLP in legal analysis has shown promise in terms of improving efficiency and accuracy in tasks such as e-discovery and contract review. However, it also raises questions about the role of human judgment in legal processes. The EU AI Act addresses some of these concerns by classifying AI systems used in the administration of justice as high risk, requiring them to meet strict standards of accuracy, reliability, and transparency. One of the main challenges of implementing NLP for content moderation is the contextual nature of language and the risk of over-censorship. The Knight case First Amendment Institute v. Trump highlighted the complexities of moderating speech in public forums, principles that must be considered when designing automated moderation systems. As NLP technologies continue to evolve, there is a growing need for legal frameworks that can effectively regulate their use while protecting fundamental rights such as freedom of expression and due process. Blockchain and distributed ledgers in a legal context. Blockchain and distributed ledger technologies offer innovative solutions for ensuring data integrity and traceability in digital ecosystems, with significant implications for cybercrime prevention and digital forensics. De Filippi and Wright explore the intersection of blockchain technology and law, highlighting its potential to create new governance models and challenge traditional legal concepts. In the context of cybercrime prevention, the immutable and transparent nature of blockchain provides a robust foundation for secure transactions and data storage. EU Blockchain Observatory and the Forum outlined the legal and regulatory implications of blockchain technology, highlighting its potential in areas such as identity management and supply chain traceability. However, implementing blockchain technology in a legal context faces a number of challenges. The pseudonymous nature of many blockchain systems could complicate efforts to combat money laundering and terrorist financing, as evidenced by the ongoing regulatory debate around cryptocurrencies. SEC v. Telegram Group Inc. has highlighted the legal complexities surrounding blockchain-based token offerings, demonstrating the need for clear regulatory frameworks in this rapidly evolving field. The use of smart contracts, self-executing agreements on blockchain platforms, raises questions about contract law and enforcement. While smart contracts offer the potential to increase efficiency and reduce the number of intermediaries, they also present challenges in terms of legal interpretation and dispute resolution. The concept of code is law discussed by Lessig takes on new meaning in the context of blockchain-based systems, requiring a re-evaluation of traditional legal principles. Data protection laws such as the GDPR present another challenge to blockchain implementation. The GDPR's right to be forgotten, Article 17, conflicts with the immutable nature of blockchain records, requiring innovative
Suara andong bojor batu aki ke. Batu conference ke. Be kan.
Okay. Hello, Miss Cecil. Do you hear me? Do you hear my voice?
Hi, good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon.
Yes?
How's your day? Hello? Is my voice clear on your device, Miss? Okay, because our speakers is already on Zoom, we will start this session, this third session. So let me introduce our esteemed speaker. Okay. 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 Hello, Miss Cecil.
Hi, sir. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Nice to see you, and good to have you as our speaker here. I will introduce you to our participants. Our speaker's name is Cecil Macy Kenilan. He finished bachelor degree of science in criminology in Indonesia, or in Bahasa is ilmu kriminologi, and her master degree in Master of Science in Criminal Justice, or in Bahasa is ilmu kriminologi juga ya. And for doctoral degree in Doctor of Philosophy in Criminology in Philippines College of Criminology. Okay, for the work experience, he is program head of in College of Criminal Justice in Our Lady of Fatima University, Philippines, and College Dean or College of Criminal Justice also in 2022 until 2023, and a lot of experience in organization and experience in research. So very relevant with our topics today. So what time's in your place, Miss? Is it same with us in 10:47?
It's 11:47 a.m.
Oh, it's different 1 hours.
Yeah.
And you earlier 1 hours than us. Okay, let's move to the main sessions. Okay, sorry, because the camera over there. So
Okay, shall we start? Okay.
Okay. The screen is yours, Miss Cecil.
Okay.
Maybe
Okay, so please
for
allow me to...
30 minutes. 30 minutes for the material, and the last 30 minutes will be question and answer session. Okay. Go ahead, Miss.
Um, let me share my screen.
Okay.
Okay, for a while. Oh. For a second.
Okay, okay, it's okay.
Sis, nawawala siya. For a second.
Okay. Or maybe we can help you to share your presentation.
Paano yung may presenters?
Okay, I see you.
Hello, sir. I am good. Is my video okay, visible?
Not, there is no voice from your video. There's no sound.
Okay. Just let me know if there will be technicalities from my end, so that I could fix it and I could adjust to it.
Okay.
So, shall we start?
Okay, let's start the session.
Okay, so in the Philippines, it's already 11:47. I don't know. I'm not sure if you are 1 hour ahead or if you are 1 hour behind. So, regardless of the time.
Yeah. We're 1 hour behind.
Okay. So, good afternoon. Magandang buhay to everyone. So, again, I am Cecil May Canelon, the program head of Our Lady of Fatima University in Quezon City campus. It is nice to see everyone, especially those who visited our country, our university, our school. And we are looking forward also that we in the Philippines may also visit your prestigious school. So without further ado, I would like to pursue and proceed with my presentation with respect to cybercrime law and Data Privacy Act, or the Digital Privacy. Okay. I hope it's moving. Yeah. Okay, so we are all aware that we are living in the digital world. Now, as to classification of what specific category we belong, we are now into thinking of, sir, just give me a heads up if my audio is not clear.
Okay, it's totally clear here, Miss.
Am I audible?
Sorry? Yeah, you're audible. It's
Okay.
okay. It's okay. Your connection is clear.
Okay, thank you so much. So, in the presentation that I have put in my monitor, we classify two audience or two users of internet into digital native and into digital immigrants. So we are now into thinking of which part do we belong? Are we part of the digital immigrants or are we part of the digital native? Now, to continue with the classification itself, we have to consider who are those people in the digital immigrants. Digital immigrants includes people who were born before the existence of the internet, before the rampant use of network. Now, digital natives includes those people, your generation, your era, those people who live, who enjoys, who maximize the internet connection. So again, I am not part of the digital immigrants. I am part of the natives because I am enjoying, I was born before the existence of internet, before the existence of the network that we are currently enjoying, and we are now maximizing it as we speak today because of course we are from one border to the other. So welcome and let's enjoy the perks of living in a digital era. Of course, we are all aware. I don't know, I am not particular if in your country what is the maximum platform or social media platform that is prevalent in your country, but in the Philippines, we are into hype statistics of Facebook. We are a user of Facebook, we are a user of Twitter,
Recording in
Instagram,
progress.
and we are in one person individual, not just one account. We are not just holding one account. We have several accounts for personal, for work, for school, and that is why the statistics as to Facebook users are very rampant in the Philippines. Now, before
Use
we go
Facebook and
deeper,
Instagram.
before we proceed with our discussion, let's just have a quick and brief definition of what is cybercrime. Although we are all aware that there are definition of cybercrime, but as to its simplified definition, cybercrime refers into three essentials. Number one refers to unlawful act. Unlawful could be dangerous, harmful, injurious. It could be in a lot of form. Number two essential element is the computer, the device that we are using. And third is the network or the internet, wherein it is one of the essential component wherein people are being connected into one place to the other. So again, let me just emphasize that cybercrime includes three substantial elements. Number one, the unlawful act, the illegal act. Second is the internet. Third is the computer. So in the absence of one, we cannot absolutely conclude that it is a cybercrime. So I hope it is very important that we are aware of what makes a cybercrime unique and what makes other crime common and dependent from the definition of cybercrime. Now, let's have a quick review of or comparison. What is cyber-dependent crime and cyber-enabled crime? Cyber-dependent crime includes crimes with the use of ICT or information communication technology. Cyber-enabled crimes are those traditional crimes, common crimes, crimes that exist before the existence of internet, but because of the innovation of technology, those traditional crimes are into its improved, its classic way of doing such crime. So if before or we have robbery, we have this theft. But now, because of the innovation, because of the use of internet and technology, we are now into burglary. We are now into fraud. We are now into um, theft with the use of card, with the use of identity theft. Those are the improved types of crimes because of the existence of internet. So therefore, we could say that people are very innovative. That is why we define criminology as a social science, dynamic, as to its nationalistic, because people from time to time are improving. Because of technology, people get smarter. gets brighter. They are one step ahead. So we, the user, should also maximize what are the benefits of having this internet and technology in our era. So this is the quick comparison of the traditional and the cyber enable. Let me just clarify with the word enable. It allows the people to use or to improve their illegal acts by the use of internet. So before we have this burglary, but now because of the internet, we have now this hacking, phishing, online extortion, internet fraud, online child exploitation. So way back before, we have this so-called deception. We have this um, deceptive colors. But because of the internet, we are now into internet fraud. We are now into identity theft. So essentially, people are improving from time to time. So with our internet connection. So we have here the historical background, although these are just the personalities behind the improvement, the development of cybercrime. So let's just, for purposes of discussion, let's give them acknowledgement of who are those people who contributed in the development of cybercrime. So we have first Robert Morris, who was created, or he created the first computer worm. So worm is an example of malware. Malware is a injurious, damaging him in the computer that is capable of losing your data, making your computers slow in terms of its accessibility. Next is Kevin Paulson, is a former computer hacker who is best known hack involved penetrating telephone company computers in the early 1990s to win radio station phone-in contest. So there is this a specific time slot wherein he did this way of hacking in order to use its or the consumption of the telephone for free. So that is his contribution in terms of um, uh, introducing his creation as to the cybercrime violation. Next is Kevin Mitnick, considered as the #1 hacker in the world. So he occupies the criteria of the #1 hacker in the world. Next is David Lee Smith. He introduces the so-called worm, and the impact of this worm, it capables or it makes our system, computer system, particularly the Microsoft, to slow down its usage. Meaning, if you use its program of this worm that was created by Mr. Smith, your computer will be turned into slow access. Of course, in the Philippines, we also have this famous person. We have Mr. Onel de Guzman, wherein he is known of his development, his creativity, because he is the author, the founder of the I Love You viral. So I think you are aware also of the historical development of cybercrime, wherein before the hacking, we have first the worms, the malwares, we have the different systems, devices, and programs that were able to penetrate computer devices by the use of internet. But of course, due to transitions, there are people who are um, making some development and enhancement as to the illegal acts and unlawful acts that is now, because of the existing laws, they are now held liable if that is the same practices. Now, as a hierarchy of contemporary criminals, we are talking about the person behind the cybercrime. We have the stages. #1 is the script kiddies. Script kiddies are also known as the skidiots. They are the people who are exploring what are the advantages, what are the use, how to maximize the internet and the programs behind the internet. Of course, the second stage, the cyberpunks. People are being serious of studying what program is, what the program can do, what are the benefits of the system devices, cyber criminal organizations. They are composed of people who have the same goal, the same desire. It's either for profit, revenge. There are a lot of agendas behind this organization. And next, of course, are the hackers. Hackers who wish to prove themselves that they are good, they are smart, and some also are, well, we are not justifying their acts because that is illegal in general. But these people are trying to prove not just to the government, but to themselves, to their colleagues, to their family members, to their peers. They have their agenda behind those actions, being as hackers. Next, we have this type of hackers. Again, we are not all hackers are bad. Not all hackers are illegal. Of course, we have to consider the purpose, the rationale, the reason of why they are doing this, why they are doing that. So in terms of classification as to hackers, white hats are those capable of hacking, but they decide to be, or they decided to be in the right side of the law, meaning they are part of the protectors. They have knowledge, they have the idea, they have the skill, but they're not doing it as to injure the government, to injure the people. They are part of the correct version or correct side of the law. Second, black hats. They are the people who are knowledgeable, skilled, aware, knowledgeable as to hacking, and they choose to stay in hacking for profitable, for revenge, for other agenda that is for personal reasons of the hackers. Next, gray hat is we have these people, we have these individuals who are doing two roles at a time. They could be a white hat, they could also wear a black hat. So most likely these people are part or representative of the government. They are the one who eliminates illegal hacking or illegal behaviors of these people who are titled to be hackers. Now, what are the reasons why people commit cyber crimes? Why they lead into cyber criminal acts? Now, as to the reasons, their desire could be, it has, they must be or they may be revenge inside, they are greedy, they want to test their skills, they want to show how competitive they are, and they show or they may seen some opportunity. I'm sorry for the repetition of the test of skill, and of course the professional criminals. So these are some of the motivation or the desire of the cyber criminals, why they are engaged into illegal activities. Next, let's proceed with types of malware. So we have backdoors, Trojan horses, viruses, worms, denial of service, botnets or zombie, and spyware. So a quick discussion of what is this malware. What are the implications of this malware is that as to backdoors, they are a type of malware that negates normal authentication procedures to access a system. Now, what do you mean by negate? It refers to invalidate, meaning that the result of having this malware in your computer, it enables you to access correctly and properly your computer devices. Next is the Trojan horses. Trojan horses is also it capable of misleading you. So there is the existence of the authentic or the original websites. It's because of Trojan horses, there is a replication of the websites, or it could be in a form of programs which is not the authentic one. Next, the virus, of course, this is very common. This is a form of malware that causes damage to the data in the software. So if your computer acquires this type of malware, maybe you need to reformat your device in order to eliminate or to eradicate or to erase that type of virus. Next, worm. It requires a computer network to spread itself on a target computer. So from one device to the other. And one of the type of malware also is the denial of service, meaning hackers used to flood to produce a lot of connections in order to eliminate the legitimate one. So if I am the user of that computer and then the hacker is throwing me a lot of connections, I am not able to see which one is the legitimate one because of the flooding, because of the request to my computer in one time. So maybe one computer plus the flooding, so it may cause me confusing at the same time of which is the legitimate one. Next is the botnets. Botnets is a form of malware also, wherein a group of internet-connected devices intended to perform the denial of service. Denial of service meaning if your computer is has this malware, your computer will not be able to access some systems or data or programs because of this type of malwares. Okay, next is the phishing. So again, as to criteria, we have this malwares and the different type of phishing as to spoofing, farming, redirectors, advanced key fraud or 419 fraud, and floating windows. So these are the acts or type of acts or common acts that is being done by the hackers in order to information from us. So again, one of the golden rules in protecting the community, the users of the computers, is that we really have to be vigilant. We really have to be careful. If we are not sure, if we are in doubt, do not open any links, do not submit, do not send, do not reproduce programs or advertisements that we are not sure of its authenticity and its for us to be protected of this type of malwares. Moving on with the Budapest Convention. Of course, we are all aware. Of course, it refers to the alliance of different countries wherein it focuses on criminalizing specific offenses such as illegal access, system interference, computer-related fraud, and other illegal or unlawful activities with their use of internet and the computer. So essentially, Budapest Convention refers to international cooperation, the collaboration of different countries in order to fight, in order to prevent from the acts that will be or that is somewhat punishable under the different cybercrime, irrespective of its origin or setting, its place or country. Now, it provides also mechanisms of detection and investigation, and including also the prosecution of the cybercrime offenses. So, since we are dealing about illegal acts, we are dealing about punishable acts, we are dealing about laws of how accurate our laws is in order to sanction those criminals or cyber criminals in doing such illegal or unlawful acts with the use of internet and computer. Now, in the Philippines, we have the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012, or also known as RA 10175. So currently, this is one of the laws that all punishable acts in relation to cybercrime governs with. So, from the word prevention, um, this law provides the sanctions, illegal behaviors, punishment in relation to crimes, particularly with the use of internet and computer. Because of course, before we go deeper with the law governing these acts, we really have also to be aware of what is cyber and what is cyber crime. Because the mere fact, the word cyber does not absolutely conclude that you are committing a crime, because cyber is the use of computer and the network. Now, if you're not doing anything wrong, if you're not doing unlawful acts, and therefore that is just a cyber, you are not liable, you are not held sanctioned, you will not be punished by using computer and internet. But if you include the last remaining essential elements of cybercrime, which includes illegal access, unauthorized access, the unlawful act, the illegal acts, then that is sanctioned with the law as to cybercrime. Now, what is the coverage of this law? This is the policy that includes the CIA. We used to call it, or we abbreviate this as CIA. The confidentiality, the integrity, and the availability of computer and communication system networks. So essentially, as to cybercrime prevention, the word prevention, it deals with the three components as the confidentiality of the data, the integrity of the data, and the availability of the data, wherein we really have to be careful of how do we protect it, how do we maintain the privacy of this data. And of course, what are the three components of this law? We have the substantive, procedural, and the cooperation. As to substantive, what is the salient features of this law? Again, it talks about illegal acts. What makes an act becomes illegal? What are those procedures being undertaken in terms of the collaboration of the law enforcement, the government, and the justices? So this is a collaboration effort in general, not just the people, not just the law enforcement, but including those respected people in the justice system. Next, cooperation. There is international mutual cooperation and extradition because we are all aware that cybercrime is an example of international or transnational crime. Because there may be crimes wherein victims are located in the Philippines, but the perpetrators, the illegal people, the cyber criminals may not be in the Philippines also. So this is again the essence of this law is a collaboration, not just the people in the Philippines, but other international law enforcement agencies. Next, the so-called um, types of computer data. We have the content, the traffic, and the subscriber information. So number one, the subscriber, and that is us. That is we people, the user of these devices. Next is the traffic, the interchange, the changing of data, communication, and other means of collaboration, and the content. What is the content of your collaboration? It could be pictures, it could be in a lot of form. So again, types of computer data, my personal details, and how do we transmit data, and the content that we are transmitting. And this talks about confidentiality of the content of the data. Now, the question would be, is the person that I am trying to send is the correct person that supposed to receive the content that I am sending? So this is why we really have to be to ensure our the integrity and the data that we are sending. We really have to be vigilant, and let's practice also the security that we need to apply, because everything is not relied on the government, everything is not relied on the law enforcers. We people who are users of this internet network, we the subscribers, we really have also to protect our communication, the way we communicate to other people. That is why we have to make sure that our passwords, our connections are strong, and we change it from time to time. Next is, okay, what do you mean by this confidentiality? What do you mean by this CIA? How do we maintain um, the secrecy of our data? In terms of the word without right, okay? Now, the question is, if you are accessing the device of your friend, the device of your colleague, the device of your family members, the question is, what is the authority behind that access? Do you have the authority? Even if you are into intimate relationship, do you have the authority to access that? Do you have the permission to access the device of others? Now we really have to be mindful of this, because this is very elementary. This is very basic. The word right, we have to respect and limit boundaries. Even though maybe you are the perfect person for you are the caretaker or whatsoever, but again, everything should apply limitations. Now, as a without right, conduct is undertaken without authority. Without authority. The mere fact that you are the caretaker of an ATM for one transaction, it doesn't mean that that permission is applicable until 10 years. It doesn't, it's not that being granted as to the authority. Everything is needed to be every transaction, because ATM is for personal. Conduct undertaken without or in excess of authority. If what is the authority given to you, that's it. Don't act beyond. Don't go beyond with the authority that was given to you. Next, conduct not covered by established legal defenses, excuses, court orders, justifications, or relevant principles under the law. Now, the law in every country is provided for us to respect the law. Now, if you go beyond the provisions of the law, then therefore you are held liable, because the law sets limit. Because of course we practice freedom, we have our rights, but if we step on the right of other people just to practice our rights, that is beyond. That is in excess of the provisions of the law. Again, if your actions in violation or it could injure other people, that is beyond its limitation. So we are now bound to face the consequences of the law. Next is the offenses against confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the computer data systems. So what are those offenses? What are the acts under cybercrime law? Number one, the illegal access. Illegal access is the unauthorized access. Very simple. If you don't have the authority, if you are not allowed, and then you access devices without the permission of the owner, simple, that is illegal. Despite, irregardless of your reason, irregardless of your rationale why you are accessing it, but without the permission of the owner, then therefore you are held liable. Next, interception. Interception refers to unauthorized interception of any non-public transmission of computer data to, from, or within a computer system, including electromagnetic emissions from a computer system carrying such computer data. Interception, in short, are trying to interfere in the legal use of that devices. Duplicating, replicating, altering, that is a form of illegal interception. So in short, if you don't have the authority, then limit your access provided with the authority given to you by the person or the owner of that property. Or next is data interference. It refers, okay, sorry. Okay, my apology. Okay, data interference refer to intentional, sorry. It refers to intentional or reckless alteration, damaging, deletion, or deterioration of computer data. So previously, we discussed about illegal access, unauthorized. When we talk about illegal interference, what are those type of interferences that we somehow do? It could be recklessly, it could be intentional, as long as we interfere. It could be in a form of data interference. What are those? We try to alter, cause damage, deletion, deterioration of data. So that is a form of illegal interference. Another so is the system interference. And this is one of the common crimes that are being done by the hackers or the cyber criminals. They interfere on the legality of the use of that website without the permission of the authority, the owner of that website, and misleading people in showing that their system, their websites is the legitimate one. So people are accessing that devices. In return, the data of the users may lost, may be used in illegal activities. So again, when we talk about interference, take note of the word intentional. The word intentional. Next is misuse of device. Again, this is very basic because computers, net devices, gadgets, technology today, it was invented, it was developed for its purpose. But people are innovative. They want to prove something. That is why the intention of the device is going beyond, so much beyond, in order to injure other people. Now, if we maximize, if we use these devices in a proper usage, then therefore we enjoy everything. We are not subject to limitations. But then again, we cannot control the act of other people. We cannot control the creativity of other people. That is why they come up with misusing these devices. Next is computer-related offenses. Computer-related offenses. The previous part that we discussed are the offenses. What are the different type of offenses that is punishable by law? Again, illegal access, illegal interference, data interference, and system interference. As to computer-related offenses, what are those? It refers to imprisonment or penalty commensurate or in the amount of 200,000 if the act commensurate to the damage as to the users of the computer, which includes computer-related forgery. Forgery, of course, a fraud. Now, what do you mean by this computer-related fraud? It refers to input, alteration, deletion of any computer data without right using or in a result of authenticating, authenticate, meaning the fake one, the altered, the forged one, regardless whether or not the data is directly readable and not intelligible. The act of knowingly using computer data, which is also the product of computer-related forgery as defined, to perpetrate a fraudulent or dishonest design. So computer-related forgery are those acts particularly or very rampant nowadays because they are really into skilled, they're technical, they're talented into making alterations or replication of the computer parts or the designs of the products as to computers. Next is computer related fraud. Of course, we have also the result of unauthorized input, alteration or deletion of computer data or program, or interference in the functioning of a computer system, causing damage with fraudulent intent, provided, of course, that if no damage has yet been caused, the penalty imposable shall be lower. Now, as to computer-related fraud, we have to consider if the act committed is complete. Now, if the stage is as to intent only, still that is Spanish ever, the penalty to be imposed is lower compared to those crimes which is considered as complete crime. Complete crime because everything was completed. All essential elements, all essential acts are being undertaken. Next is computer-related identity This is very common. That is why we keep on inculcating, especially to the young ones, especially to the digital natives, that we really have to be careful of everything that we post online. If that is personal and you wanted to flaunt it, you wanted to see to post it, then somehow we should put limitations to it. Maybe we could blur some portion, maybe we could crop some portions, particularly the personal informations we have. Those data that is unique just to prove our identity, especially the license number, our date of birth. And I am very proud to those people who are using social media with AKA, with aliases. Because they're not flaunting everything in the social media. And somewhat, you really have to put limitations, boundaries to it, just to protect your personal information. Especially, we are now in a environment wherein everything change rapidly, everything is accessible, even your name. You can search your name in Google, and then you will see who are those people with the same name, with crimes, or happens to commit a crime and then held liable, or what are those issues with the same personalities. Especially in our country, we have this a site or a program where we can search something, especially our names, and then we can see where is this person connected, where are these names used, is this name used relevant, is this name posted way back. So somewhat a tracing of personal information, and that is what we are trying to do, inculcating to people, to the generations, to the students, to our generation, that we have to set boundaries, not just to make people confused, but to protect our personal identification or information. Now, this is content-related offenses. Offenses that is sanctioned. Number one is the people who are engaged into pornography or presentation of personal or private parts. The willful engagement, maintenance, control, or operation directly or indirectly. Please be mindful, it's not just directly. Even indirect acts, lascivious exhibition, sexual organs, sexual activity with the aid of computer system for favorable consideration. So again, let me just go deeper with this statement. Um, it has the criteria of direct and indirect participation. Second, not just sexual activity, but includes sexual organs, presenting of lascivious acts or behavior, and of course, the perpetrator has this favorable consideration. As to favorable consideration, not just the favor, but also includes money in return for that activity. So let's not focus with, when we say consideration, it's only behavior. But if it includes money, value, property, then therefore you are still held liable. And of course, the ultimate essential requirement is the computer and the internet. Next is the unlawful or prohibited acts defined under RA 9775. Again, as I mentioned during the introduction of this law collaborates with different organizations. This also collaborates with different related laws. So, if there is a person who is for one act, we have to ensure that if there are any crimes related or laws related, that may be filed against that person, because this is a complex violation of the law. Meaning, you can hit three birds in one stone, in one act, you may be punishable or you may be held liable with 3 or 4 offenses. Next, cyber libel. Libel, it is a form of malicious, injurious, damaging statements against any person using internet and computer. Posting pictures without the permission, posting statements that are untrue. So again, although somehow we justify that it's only a joke, it's only kidding statements, but if to the person receiving that statement is injurious, you may be held liable, regardless of your reasons. Even posting pictures of your friends in one selfie, but you failed to get the permission of that person, maybe. Of course, we really have to consider also what is the purpose of posting that picture? What is the rationale of posting that picture? Now, if someone sue you because of that violation, maybe you will be held liable, but we have to consider the circumstances. What is the extent of the injury? What is the rationale of posting the picture? What is the purpose? What is the injury caused to that person? Before we conclude absolutely that that is libelous posting. Now, we proceed with the rules on cybercrime. Okay. In the Philippines, we have this traditional issuances of, we have this warrantless and we have the warrant of arrest and search warrant. So search warrant and warrant of arrest are different nature. But we also have this existence of warrantless arrest, or the word warrantless. No need for the issuance of warrant if the act committed is hot pursuit, or if the person committed on the spot, currently on the spot commission of the crime. Now, since our policy provides cybercrime, what are those innovative development of the cybercrime law as to the issuances of this warrant? Now, what is the basis? What is the foundation of the Philippine law? Under the Constitution, under our 1987 Philippine Constitution, it guarantees the rights of the people for unreasonable searches and seizure. So again, the ultimatum, the reason, the purpose of this law is again to protect people for violations or for acts that will violate your property against unreasonable searches. The Constitution also requires that there must be probable cause, of course. Probable cause is one of the ultimate reason why judges, why courts issues warrants if there is a presence of probable cause. Probable cause is the ground to believe that there is really a crime committed for the issuance of this warrant. Next, what are those items? As to the preservation of the computer data, again, different types of warrants, but the ultimate is, why do judges issue warrants? In order to preserve this computer data. In order to preserve the data. Not just the data, but the computer possessing the data, to make sure its authenticity. Because maybe my computer has the copy of that data, but not the original possessor, not the original handler of that data. So it is very important that the preservation includes the computer and the data. It refers also to the integrity of the traffic data and subscribers' information, which it should be needed to be kept, retained, and preserved by a service provider for a minimum period of 6 months from the date of transaction. Because we are all aware the technicalities of the computer. Computer has its own memory that capable of entertaining volatile data, wherein those data may be erased once our computer is turned shut, or if it is shut down, or if we try to reformat, we change the, or any alterations or changes, those volatile data are very important. That is why the preservation should be acted immediately. Now, as to different types of warrants, we have this four types of warrants. Okay. Number one is warrant to intercept computer data. Now, what's intercept? Intercept deals with the government or the court provides to the law enforcers in order to that their operation is valid, cannot be questioned. Warrant to disclose or warrant to intercept data refers to the access or the accessing computer devices by the law enforcement. So from that issuance, it only limits the interception of the content of the data. From the word itself, it intercepts computer data, checking the content, the data, the systems, the instructions, all files within that computer system. Second is warrant to search, or warrant to intercept computer, apologies. My God. Okay, the second is the warrant to search, seize, and examine computer data. So that is the second type of warrant. As to the search, seize, and examine, it applies to those computers particularly engaged in child, those crimes that are involved in child pornography, obscenity, acts of lasciviousness, or presentation of censored parts, sexual organs, those are bound to this warrant. Again, the previous one is to intercept computer data. The second one is to search, seize, and examine. Please take note, please also that this is not just to search, because the issuance of search is just to search. And then what will happen after? So this data includes the searching, seizing, and the examining of the collected computer data. So it is one warrant in three different transactions. Next is where
Sorry for interrupting you, Miss. Maybe for the presentation, we still have 3 minutes before the question and answer.
Okay, this is noted.
Okay. Is it enough?
Okay, moving on with the different computer data. So what are those data that are available? So we have the human-generated evidences, computer-generated evidences, and the hybrid human-computer-generated evidences. So if you will imagine how technical and tricky computer or cybercrime acts. So not just human, not just the computer-generated, and the collaboration of the human and the computer or the content data. So we really have to be technical and careful of what are those different datas. So these are the collected or types of evidences that may be available in this cybercrime law, including its punishments. Okay, in terms of cybercrime, do we have on-site? Do we have off-site? Yes. On-site are those evidences that is gathered in the crime scene. Off-site are those evidences during the examination of the computer data. So are they allowed to examine computer data after collecting it and bringing those evidences in the laboratories? Yes, because there are examinations that needed to be undertaken inside the laboratory and not just in the on-site setup. Okay, third type of warrant is warrant to examine computer data. Now, you may be confused of the previous one because warrant to search, seize, and examine, and now we have this warrant to examine computer data. Because there are instances or evidences that the computer was collected already on the spot without the issuance of warrant, and this warrant is limited only to the collected devices or computer that was or that's needed to be examined. Okay, now in the Philippines we have this two law enforcement agencies that has the sole authority or jurisdiction as to investigation of cybercrime offenses. And as provided by Republic Act 10175, we have the PNP Anti-Cybercrime Group in the I, who has the priorities in examining and investigating exclusively cases involving violation of RA 10175. Okay, now those computers needed to be deposited, of course. The computer or the custody of the computer data. It should be sealed, of course, to ensure contamination, verified and inventory, counted, signed, affidavit of the officers who collected the evidences or the computer devices. Okay, the contents of affidavit, it depends on the setting where the law enforcers are based. Now, as to the court, of course, it will be it has to be filed in the regional trial court in the Philippines because as provided by the law, they have the authority to, or they are mandated by that law for the issuances of the different types of warrants. Okay, this is a matter of reading as to the provisions of law. Okay, as mentioned, the types of computer data, we have the information subscriber, the traffic, and the content data. Now, who are the sources of electronic evidences? Of course, the services providers, the cloud, laptop, desktops. These are the different devices that may be collected in relation to investigation of cybercrime. Because these are the sources. These are the essential component. Again, as the definition of cybercrime, the unlawful act, the computer, and the internet. So these are substantial in the investigation of cybercrime. Are there instances where you can obtain electronic evidences without applying for cybercrime warrant? Answer, yes, for publicly available computer data. Of course, not all data are privately posted, but there are also data that are available publicly. So should you require for warrant? Not necessarily. Okay, so it's a matter also of reading what are the contents of applying warrant. Of course, offense, relevance, name of the persons involved, description, places, in manner, or method, and other relevant information that is substantial to the issuance of warrant. So again, just a quick recap, what are the four types of cybercrime warrants? We have the WDCD, we have the SSECD, and WICD, and the WECD. Examine, search, intercept, and collect computer data. So those are types of warrants that may be applied for the purpose of cybercrime cases. So with that, thank you so much for listening despite of, I don't know if my connection is stable or audible. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Can you hear my voice, Miss? Hello. Is it audible on your voice, on your device? Hello, Miss Cecil.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I think disconnect. Oh, so let's we jump into the question and session. Question and answer, I mean. Is there any question from our audience or participant in this venue or online audience? I will give you only one, I think. Only one question. Okay, go ahead. Or you can give a question in Bahasa, and I will help you to translate and give to our speakers. Okay, Mister.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Ahmad, and I come from Kenya. And thank you. It was a splendid honor, and your presentation was amazing. Okay, my question goes on with digital platforms becoming the primary space for political discourse. What legal mechanisms should be in place to prevent both government overreach in censorship and unchecked misinformation?
Okay, thank you. As to legal platforms, we really have to be considerate also of what are the practices of every individual countries. Now, this is the duty of the legislative in the executive branch as to providing a strong limitations in boundaries of how do we strengthen the awareness of the people as to political issues and agenda. As to in the Philippines, we have this COMELEC wherein it is bound to provide limitations as to political issues because in the country we are now into election period. There are a lot of fake news. There are a lot of posting of irrelevant and libelous statements against those running for the election, running for a higher position. Aside from the effort of the government, the COMELEC, or any other related government agencies, still it is the duty of the people using that platform to know what is the correct, to know and to be aware of what is the proper platform in order to determine, to identify the credibility and the realistic, the origin of the thoughts and ideas of issues as to putting um, negative issues to the other people as to political vengeance. Um, we people is bound to be matured enough in knowing what is true, what is not true, because everything is available online. One click, one search, you may know what is the authentic one and the fraud. It's our duty really to search for what is true and do not believe on anything that is available or posted in the social media. There are correct and proper forum or platform to determine what are those true and needed to be checked if there is doubt, because if there is, we have this instinct, we have this senses. Of course we are talented. We should be able to know what is true and that what is not true.
Okay, last one. To the point, Mr. Ali. Okay.
Okay, thank you for answering the question. And I can see most of the presentation about AI. And my question is, as legal tech firms develop AI-driven legal assistance and virtual courts, should there be ethical guidelines to prevent these tools from disproportionately favoring powerful entities over vulnerable individuals. As I can see, most of your presentation was about AI. And my question, and I believe it was an amazing moment to ask this question. Thank you.
Yes. AI is designed to make our lives easier, to make our life into convenient mode. Now, it's a matter of being responsible by using AI. AI is not to give people that you have to copy everything, you have to paste everything. It is our duty, responsibility, hands what is given to us. Now, if we are not aware, we are not knowledgeable of this thing, and we search it by using AI with the assistance of AI. It is our duty to understand what is the content given to us by AI, and we come up with our own understanding. For us also to be proud of our product, that okay, this is from AI, but I have my innovation. I applied my understanding because of the inputs given by the AI. And we have to be mindful also, since we are in the professional field, we are in a professional world. So somewhat it makes ourselves proud of our product, proud of our effort, that not everything should be relied on AI. Everything has its limitation. It's a matter of ethical. It's a matter of ethics, that we should be bounded with our, yes, everything is available in AI, we can search everything in AI, but it is our stand. How do we maximize the products, the results given to us by AI? Because not everything, again, is correct. It's a matter of assessment. We have this initial idea, it's just that we are in doubt, we are confused of if this is correct, if this is not correct. That is why we seek the assistance of AI. Now, if your idea is almost the same with the idea given to you by AI, then therefore that makes yourself proud that, okay, I have my knowledge, I have my understanding, so it's my turn to enhance, to rephrase, to develop my own version of providing what is needed without the 100% guide given by AI. Of course, limitation is there. It's a matter of understanding and applying the ethical standards. But as to legal frameworks, it's a matter of um, personal boundary of how will you make yourself proud by providing everything by the guidance of AI, but not by the 100 support given to us by AI. Because me, I myself, I am using AI. Some of my ideas are from AI, but I would highly say I am proud that yes, an implication to me from AI, but I am trying so much harder to improve the knowledge given to me by AI by enhancing it, by rephrasing it, by collecting other data from other sources in order to support everything. Because maybe I am reading the sources from AI, but if I don't understand it, still the AI is nothing if you don't really comprehend what is given to us by AI. So it's a matter of understanding and do your own assignment of how will you present everything with the use of AI by means of understanding it word per word.
Thank you for the answer, Miss Cecil. It's understandable that you are an expert for this, because I think it's very systematic, comprehensive for your perspective or your presentations. And sorry for the time limit. I think it should be present more long for the time, but sorry for the time limit. And it's an honor to serve you as a moderator here. Several days ago, I met Miss Alaba from Our Lady Fatima University also. She was given us a short course, and I think your university, your institution is always have good female scholars. Okay. Once again, thank you. Thank you very much for your time, for your presentation. Okay. And there is a hi from our faculties here. And see you, Miss Cecil. Thank you. Give applause to him. Go ahead. Okay, because Miss Marjan Parkinson was here, our last speaker, I will say hi to her first. Hello, Dr. Marjan. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much. How are you?
Oh, nice to hear that. I'm fine, I'm good. What time is it on your place?
It's now 3 to 5 in the morning.
Oh,
Almost 5 o'clock in the morning.
Still to morning, and you come here to give a presentation.
It's
an
a
honor
great pleasure
have you
to be here.
Yeah. Okay. Previously, I will introduce myself. My name is Fayaz, and you can call me, you can call me Fayaz. I'm one of the lecturer here in Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, and I will be your moderator for next 1 hour. And for the time, maybe 30 minutes for your presentations, and the last 30 minutes will be questions and answer.
Okay. Yeah.
And we say sorry for the reschedule your time because of little technical problem here. Okay, the time is yours, Dr. Marjan, but I will introduce yourself first to our participants here. Dr. Marjan Parkinson is a senior lecturer in law at Leeds Trinity University. She is also the employability lead and knowledge exchange lead in the law school. Yes, she has PhD in corporate governance and insolvency from the University of Leeds. She has authored or co-authored many books and research and papers, and she focused on the role of third parties such as creditors, insolvency practitioners, and the others. So we're gonna talk about the governance and the corporate governance and financial disorders for Ms. Marjan. The times or the screen is yours.
Many thanks to the conference organizers for their kind invitation, and I very much appreciate the introduction. I'm going to share my screen with you first. Can you see this? The screen?
Right now.
Can you see this?
Yeah.
These slides?
Yeah.
Yes?
It's visible. I see your
Visible?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Bear with me. Right. Thank you. My presentation reflects the collaborative work of myself and Professor Stephen Parkinson. It's also part of a working paper that myself and Eli Salemi, who is a finance professional in the US, have been working on. Over the next 30 or 40 minutes, I will address several key questions. Why is corporate governance important? What is corporate governance? How does financial distress impact corporate governance? And whether there are any successful cases of companies that have overcome financial distress without changing their governance structure. I would very much appreciate if you keep your questions, the audience keeps their questions to the end after I finish my presentation. Thank you. So, corporate governance basically is a responsive mechanism that emerged over 3 decades ago in the 1990s during the conservative government led by John Major. It was developed to combat the abuse of control powers by those in charge of companies. So there were several corporate scandals, including Polypec PLC and Robert Maxwell's fraudulent activities relating to Mirror Group's newspaper's pension fund in the UK. There was a case in the US, Enron. These cases highlighted the need for stronger governance structures. Similarly, cases can be found in other jurisdictions, whether common law or civil law ones. Initially, corporate governance focused on a small segment of the business community, publicly listed ones. So this is because they play a crucial role in driving economic wealth in countries with advanced economies. The introduction of the first governance code, known as the Cadbury Code, aimed to restore public trust in companies by promoting transparency and accountability. It adopted a complain or explain approach, meaning that companies had to either adhere to principles or provide justifications for their deviations, and there were no external enforcement mechanism. When it comes to the definition of corporate governance, we can say that corporate governance extends beyond unilateral decisions made by executive management. The Cadbury Code emphasized the importance of a system of corporate control and leadership, structuring governance around the board of directors, which sits at the highest level of an organization. The board serves as a critical bridge between shareholders and executive management. We can say that the UK takes credit for introducing the first corporate governance code, the Code of Best Practice, which has since influenced many comprehensive national and international frameworks. At the national level, corporate governance has evolved in both scope and nature, although it remains classified as soft law. The latest version 2024 came into effect basically in January 2025, around 2 months ago, and focuses on key principles, including board leadership and company purpose as one, and the other one is the division of responsibilities, composition, succession, and evaluation is the third principle. Obviously, financial sustainability matters as well. So the other principle is audit, risk, and internal control. Remuneration of the members of the board is also one of the principles. So, as I said, corporate governance code basically applies to a small percentage of the business community. In 2018, there was another code of best practice was developed for large private companies, but size matters and it doesn't apply to all companies. So when it comes to key players, we see that corporate governance codes are supplemental. They supplement mandatory regulatory frameworks that apply to companies. These frameworks heavily rely on legislative provisions and judicial decisions for their interpretation. From a legal perspective, a more inclusive governance framework has emerged, and it applies to all companies, not just those who are listed on a stock exchange. The framework recognizes the rights and powers of two key internal organs, that is, directors and members. or shareholders. The interaction between shareholders and executive directors is a fundamental aspect of corporate governance, regardless of the company's size or type. This relationship applies to all business entities that are protected under the doctrine of separate legal entity. UK company law is primarily shareholder focused. It centers on protecting and advancing the interests of shareholders. By shareholders, we refer to company members, those who acquire ordinary shares at different times and through various means. One of the most governance tools for shareholders is their right to vote, which is warranted in legislation and case law. Traditionally, majority shareholders are perceived as passive participants, generally approving and passing board proposed resolutions. However, there have been the cases where shareholders have actively opposed board decisions. So we have got cases where shareholders have challenged the decisions of the board, and this is contrary to the assumption that shareholders are always passive. So in top styles, for example, we have got shareholders who rejected, majority shareholders rejected a resolution on executive remuneration. The same approach was reported in Tesco in 2014 and another company, Persimmon PLC, where shareholder again voted against bonus pay packages. Voting rights are not much relevant to one-person companies or one-man companies because they are run and managed by only one person. In other words, there is no separation of control and ownership. Notably, UK law grants shareholders individual rights based on the proportion of ownership. These rights vary depending on the percentage of shares held and influence their ability to propose, to approve or challenge corporate decisions. For example, a group of HSBC institution investors asked the board to put forward a resolution to shareholders for restructuring. However, this was rejected by majority shareholders who supported the board strategy. General meetings also play a crucial role in public companies, allowing shareholders to question the board in person. In public companies, this is often used by activist shareholders. Minority shareholders are generally bound by the decisions of the majority. However, courts exercise discretion to provide legal remedies in some circumstances, although they allow minority shareholders to challenge board or majority shareholders' decisions through three main legal routes. These legal routes are very much known, and they include derivative claims, unfair prejudice petitions, and just and equitable winding up. We see that the legal remedies primarily offer a means of exit for minority shareholders who no longer wish to remain in the company, but they are costly. And they are rarely successful in public companies. A notable example is Client Earth versus or against Shell PLC, where Client Earth's derivative claim was dismissed by the UK High Court for failing to establish a prima facie case, and their appeal was refused. We have an example of successful cases of institution shareholders challenging board decisions. For example, in Eclair's Group Limited, shareholders successfully challenged board actions for breach of duties. When it comes to directors, from common law perspective, directors are viewed as fiduciaries owing duties to the company itself, and they are bound by general duties that are grounded in common law rules and equitable principles. The UK Companies Act 2006 codifies these duties. Directors' decisions must reflect the fulfillment of these duties, which primarily focus on the best interest of the company for the collective interest of its members. In the meantime, they are also required to consider or have regard to the interests of a wide range of stakeholders. Therefore, non-shareholders' interests are secondary to directors' pursuit of maximization of wealth for the company or collective interest of its shareholders. They are very much determined within contracts. There are no fiduciary duties owed to these contractors. Directors' breach of duty can be ratified by shareholders or authorized by other directors. Directors are perceived to hold a privileged position in real life, measured by their powers, responsibilities, and the enviable remuneration, although they serve as employees or they hold service contracts with companies. They are appointed and removed from their positions by shareholders. They are held accountable for their decisions as they are viewed to be the directing mind and will of the company. They can make decisions relating to the company's use of resources, the scope of activities, including contracts with third parties. There are situations where company directors must focus on the interests of creditors. That is when a company becomes insolvent. So that is covered under Section 172, subsection 3 of the Act. When it comes to other duties, we can see that Sections 171 to 177 of the Companies Act covers these duties, and they are known as statutory general duties. Well, we want to know the impact of financial distress, but what is financial distress? So when it comes to financial distress, we need to know that it is important for corporate governance, because when a company is insolvent, corporate governance codes and UK shareholder primacy do not applicable to such companies. And in terms of insolvency, we don't have a definition in legislation. The UK insolvency legislation, which is known as Insolvency Act 1986, focuses on companies' ability to pay its debt. And it is measured by two common tests. One is cash flow test and the other one is balance sheet test. And it's very much, these are the tests that are decided, the outcome of which decides whether a company is solvent or not, but it is at the discretion of court. So judicial intervention is the key element. And financial distress, we can say, is the borderline between solvency and insolvency. When the company is very healthy on a cash flow basis, cash flow test and balance sheet test, is that company is solvent. And when it fails these tests, it is regarded as insolvent. We don't have a specific definition for financial distress. And it is important to know this because it has an impact on directors in terms of personal liabilities, because during this time, before a company is placed into a formal insolvency procedure, the company directors will be liable, will potentially face liability for misfeasance, fraudulent trading, and wrongful trading, which are covered under in the Insolvency Act 1986, sections 212 and 213 and 214. When it comes to financial distress, it's really important for company directors to make sure that they address it. They address it in order to avoid liabilities. And also, they are very much likely to lose control powers. And when we talk about who makes the call, this introduces the idea that corporate governance codes are passive when it comes to financial distress, and check how well company is complying with specific checks and balances, such as number of non-executive directors, separation of chair and chief executive, audit committees, etc. We also see that a strategic governance is more active position of board, which requires it to look ahead and try to avoid financial distress in the first place by a series of different actions, making governance a more strategic process. And successful companies do this continuously. Who are the key players when there is a financial distress? During financial distress, we see that the boards may make various decisions. The timing and scope of these decisions, each decision varies case by case. Based on the cases that we studied, they are likely to rely on the goodwill of their creditors. Secured creditors, for example, are likely to act collectively through their security trustee. They might agree to renegotiate the terms and conditions of their loan and extend their facilities for a limited period of time. Unsecured creditors are more likely to act individually. They may continue to trade without obtaining credit insurance, while those creditors who have major contracts may cease to trade when a big credit insurer ceases to support traders. This is an example in Woolworth. In all cases, shareholders are in principle supportive of the board's decisions to issue, for example, shares. However, we don't have evidence that prospective investors show the same level of confidence in board's decisions and purchase shares. Directors usually continue to fulfill their duties. Some may leave on their own choice. Some may be asked to leave. Those who remain may be advised about a shift of the focus of the duties from shareholders' interest to creditors' interest, specifically near the time that the company becomes unable to honor its undisputed debt. This will trigger the company's potential entry to a formal insolvency procedure, whether that procedure is a rescue one, such as administration or company voluntary arrangement, CVA, or a non-rescue procedure, such as liquidation or receivership. A formal insolvency procedure is featured by immediate or delayed discharge of company directors from their control powers and close involvement and oversight of professionally qualified insolvency practitioners who act as agents of the company and officers of the court, but for collective interests of creditors. They act on behalf of the company. Their main objective is to settle the claims owed to creditors based on statutory priority order or ranking. When it comes to activist shareholders, they might see an opportunity to acquire distressed companies, for example, private equity investors, because they can acquire the company at a lower price cheaply and turn them around or extract a specific assets such as brands. We see that case in Waterford, Wedgwood, for example. So in the research that we carried out over 10 companies, we see that none of these companies was successful, ultimately. All of them were placed into a formal insolvency procedure. And we see that amongst the five first cases that we looked at, all of them used the options that were available to them to turn around the company, to restructure it, to resolve financial distress. We see board changes to the board was one of them, and we see that this happened across all the companies. Cost reduction was also another option. Asset sale was not a common one because we can think about debt negotiation, the influence that lenders have, and assets are basically used as security when a company obtains loans based on secured basis. In other words, lenders influence a lot in the decisions of the board of directors, quite a lot. What we don't see much evidence of that. And we also see that these companies, all of them, use debt financing, whether it was debt renegotiation or securing new loans. As I said, these companies, all of them, use these options that were available to them, but they were not successful. So this is the framework that we used in our book, and this diagram basically sets out our own framework to analyze the various stages that a company can go through when building or restoring business resilience. We believe that companies can look ahead and anticipate potential future problems by identifying a meaningful long-term purpose. It is something that has also been covered under Section 172 of the Companies Act, providing effective leadership with plans that are well developed and putting in place good financial stewardships. Boards also need to identify and manage risks effectively, and crucially put in place key performance indicators that demonstrate how well they're doing. Governance codes require companies to put in place many of these measures but not in an active way. They are necessary, but not sufficient actions. On the right-hand side of the figure, we identify some of the actions that are involved in business turnaround. And we talk about them. I will refer to them in the next slide. So we see that restoring business resilience. We see involvement of external parties, by which I refer, I mean creditors, unsecured creditors or creditors, and as well as insolvency professionals, insolvency practitioners, basically, who might act prior to the companies being placed into a formal insolvency procedures. We see the board skills, various skills, but people have got the same level, prior expertise in that area. And that is different from building business resilience, because we don't see much involvement of external parties. We see financial stewardship or financial sustainability, risk management. These are the ones that the board of directors focus on in establishing business resilience. So how effective is the board in restoring resilience or dealing with crises? We see that this slide really looks at the main decisions that the board needs to take when faced with potential business distress. Formal insolvency processes may be necessary in many cases, and we'll look at these basically in our book. However, we need to consider these in more detail. It is helpful to consider each of the key stages, making a step change in planning, putting in place the right leadership, fixing the financial position, which is really, really important, and being able to address crisis situation. Our recent book looks in detail at a range of different situations where companies have tried, often several years before, to resolve critical problems with varying degree of success. So when it comes to formal insolvency procedures, as I said, we have got basically two types of formal insolvency procedures. The one is focusing on rescuing the companies and allowing them to continue as a going concern. And the other one is non-rescue procedures, which is liquidation and receivership. In all of these, regardless whether they are secure, whether they are rescue process or not, we see that they are managed by qualified insolvency practitioners, which is a requirement based on the Insolvency Legislation or Insolvency Act 1986. And we see that an insolvency practitioner acts as an officer of the court. That person is independent, basically. And depending on the type of insolvency procedure, the appointment discharges company directors from control and authority over the company. And I say that depending on the type, because when it is a CVA, company voluntary arrangements, the company directors continue the control over the business part, and the IP, acting as the supervisor of the fund, focuses on debt management. And we see that unlike solvent companies, reporting requirements are very much limited. And when it comes to creditors' claims are treated collectively. For example, unsecured creditors, preferential credits for employees, and now recently taxman separately And when it comes to unsecured creditors, they are also treated collectively and separately based on a priority order. Conclusion. And I said at the beginning, the title of this presentation was the uneasy relationship between financial distress and corporate governance. Basically, solvency is an important factor in the implementation of corporate governance codes. It is also relevant when company directors need to focus on shareholders' interests, in other words, shareholder primacy. We also said that creditors' interests, non-shareholding stakeholders, and the list of them has been mentioned under Section 172 of the Companies Act, and includes suppliers of goods, employees. Their interests don't take priority over those shareholders in solvent companies. Unfortunately, when it comes to financial distress, it creates a new environment for changes in corporate governance that requires involvement from internal bodies, by which I mean both directors and shareholders, as well as external parties. We see board change is potentially a reflection, or it reflects individual directors' decision to whether leave the situation or address it. Those who are not willing to address it must leave. And in terms of shareholders as one of the key players, we see that they are very much inclined to take risk, but that risk is very much limited to supporting board's proposals or resolutions. But we don't know, as I said earlier, we don't know how much they are willing to take risks by investing in a financially distressed companies. In resolving financial distress, creditor influence and support are essential to prevent insolvency. And we see that the type of response that we get varies from amongst creditors. Secure debt financing and debt renegotiation enhances lenders' influence over the company's ultimate decisions. We see that one area is actually asset sale, because it requires the consent of secured creditors, and we don't see that happening in cases. These are the books that we published in this area. One is Recognizing and Dealing with Business Distress, which was published by Dikelola in 2022, and the other one is Corporate Governance in Transition, published in 2018. Both of them focuses on resolving financial distress. The Corporate Governance in Transition looks into the situation in formal insolvency procedures. Thank you so much for listening to me and for their patience. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving us such a informative and interesting presentation. For this question and answer sessions, I will prioritize to our online participants. And from previous sessions, I have one question more relevant to your sessions from Mr. Aufa Haidar. The question is, what are the legal implications for corporate director when a company faces financial crisis?
Financial distress, yes.
Yeah,
Thank you
financial
very much
distress.
for that. Yes, that's a very good question actually, and it's a very delicate situation for company directors to address financial distress, because if they don't address it, the first thing is that they lose control powers. They will be replaced by insolvency practitioners who take over the management of the company, and the responsibility of an insolvency practitioner is to address the debts owed to creditors. On a personal basis, directors are likely to face personal liability. That is something that is covered under the Insolvency Act in 1986, under sections 212 to 214, that suggests that directors might be held liable for misfeasance, misappropriating the company's assets or property, or they may be held liable for wrongful trading under Section 214 of the Insolvency Act 1986. They may also be held liable for fraudulent trading, which is actually a criminal offense, and requires proof of intent to defraud creditors. So they do it willfully and willingly. On the other side, we also see that directors' disqualification is a major problem, because in one of the cases that we looked at was JJB Sports PLC, and that was a case related to fraud by one of the company directors. And we see that disqualification, when it comes to disqualification, company directors may not be allowed to take directorships of companies, and it requires it will be something around 5 to 15 years if you look at the time of the disqualification, the period of time that they might be disqualified. When I talk about the sections 212 to 214, the purpose of these personal liability for company directors is to contribute to the pool of assets that are available to creditors, to be distributed amongst creditors. So we see that under sections 212 and 214, which provide civil remedy for creditors, company directors must, or they are required by court. It's very much depends on the discretion of the court to contribute to the assets, to the proceeds of sale. So this is mainly, most of the time, is provided through insurance, directors' insurance. That's all.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Okay, for all of online participants, if you have a question, don't hesitate to use the raise hand feature over there, or you can directly chat on the chat box, or yeah, you can verbally give your questions. Maybe from Mr. Abu Bakar. Any questions from you?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, the time is yours. Okay, your voice is unclear
Yeah, I'm
here.
sorry. I want to share my screen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. The screen is sharing.
Sorry for interrupting you, Mister. Sorry.
Okay.
But this is a question and answer session, so you can brief your questions and to the point.
Okay. The screen is sharing.
Okay. It's visible. Okay, so what is your question, Mister?
Hello.
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 Okay. Can I start?
Yeah, this still a seminar session. It's not a panel session. So if you have questions, just give your questions directly.
Yeah. Okay. Can I start?
So what is your question?
No. This I want to present my my.
It's not yes.
Yeah.
The session for presentation is after this, so I'm sorry for that.
Okay. Thank you.
So for Dr. Marjan, sorry for a little technical problem.
No problem at all.
I have a question for you. Previously, I'm sorry, because my major is public law, so I'm not understand deeply about the private law topics. But my question is, how can corporate governance concept or the system, if implemented, can impact or affect the macroeconomics of a nation? That's the first question from me. The second question from me is...
I can't hear you very well. If you speak, speak near the computer, that would be great. Sorry, I can't hear you well.
Okay.
That's better.
Okay, it's better. Okay. So my question is, how can the systems, if implemented in nations, can impact the macroeconomics? That's my first question. Sorry, because I'm from public law major, so I don't understand deeply about these topics. And my second question is, can this system or concept, if it applicated in company in developing country, is it relevant? Because I think it's from UK's perspective, and I try to transplant this concept in my country, in Indonesia. Thank you, Dr. Marjan.
I'm not so sure whether I understood your question. You think that whether we can use governance models in Indonesia, is it what you are saying?
For the company in my nation.
In Indonesia?
Yeah, Indonesia. Or in developing country.
Yeah, I think that Indonesia has made good progress actually in this area. You have got governance models, governance code in Indonesia. I might be wrong. I haven't. This is not the. I don't specialize in that area, but I think there is always cases for learning. Learning from other people's or other countries' experiences.
Yeah.
And I might be mistaken when it comes to governance codes in other countries. This is not something. This is a good area for me to look into next time. I haven't done it. Sorry, it's a little bit loud. The background noise.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. So it's not something that I can really make comments, because corporate governance, we see that some countries have learned from it and have introduced it with of course modifications that suits the countries, they have introduced it in developing countries. We see that, and but maybe it hasn't been very much discussed or debated as much as we see the UK, the discussion about the UK corporate governance or the US laws. I am not an expert, apologies for that. I'm not an expert when it comes to Indonesia's corporate governance. So that would be a good question for me to look into next time. Maybe when I'm invited, I will look into this and I will have a good answer for you.
Okay, thank you for the answer.
Thank you.
Is there other question from you? All of participants? Because we still have approximately 10 minutes. Okay, if not, let me close these sessions. Once again, thank you for such a comprehensive presentation from you. I hope in the future we can meet directly wherever, maybe in Leeds or in Indonesia.
Yeah, but yeah, I would be more than happy to meet you anywhere in Indonesia, or you are more than welcome to the UK if you would like to. You would like me to organize talks for you and your colleagues here online. That is a possibility. We can do that. We can work on it. That's really a good opportunity. I'm happy to continue to work with you and your colleagues if you want me to present my work later on. That is all everything you can think about. I'm more than happy to help. Yeah, that was a great pleasure, a great opportunity for me to present my paper here, and I'm really grateful.
And we're very pleased to have you here, and it's an honor to serve you as a moderator. So let me close the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum.
Thank you to Mr. Fayas for moderating the session for the keynote speakers. So, as we come to the end of the 4th International Conference on Restructuring and Transforming Law, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed keynote speakers, all presenters, and participants who have contributed their knowledge and insight today.
A special thanks to Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta for hosting this prestigious event, as well as the organizing committee for their dedication and hard work.
This conference has been a remarkable platform for exchanging ideas, fostering discussion, and strengthening collaboration in addressing the legal challenges of the digital era. We hope the knowledge shared today will inspire further research and positive change in our respective fields.
Before we officially close this conference, let's take a moment for reflection and seek blessing from the Almighty. To lead us the closing dua, we kindly invite Mr. Junaidi. To Mr. Junaidi, the stage is yours.
stop a little to take praying for our God, and I think all of us are Muslim, so maybe all for Muslim participants we can follow me and understand according to their religions. Okay. Before we pray the doa, let's for the first we begin from Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'mahu wa yukafi mazidah. Walakal hamdu walakal syukru kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Allahumma tunjina biha min jamil ahwal wal afat wa taqdi lana min jamil hajat wa tahfina min jamil sayiat wa tarfa'una bi 'indaka 'ala darajat wa tuballighuna bi aqsal ghayat min jamil khairati fil hayati wa ba'da mat innaka antas sami'un qarib mujibu da'wat ya qadiyal hajat. La ilaha illallah al-azimul halim. La ilaha illallah rabbul arsyil azim. La ilaha illallah rabbus samawati wal ardh. Rabbul arsyil karim. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdik. Asyhadu an la ilaha anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Allahumma la tada' lana dhanban illa ghafartah wa la 'aiban illa syatartah wa la hamman illa farajtah wa la daynan illa qadaitah wa la hajatan min hawa'i dunya wal akhirah hiya laka ridha wa lana fiha salahun ila qadaita ya arhamar rahimin. Ya Allah, janganlah kau biarkan pada diri kami suatu dosa kecuali engkau ampunkan, suatu cacat atau aib kecuali engkau tutupkan, kesusahan kecuali kau berikan jalan keluar, dan hutang yang engkau lunaskan, kebutuhan dunia dan akhirah yang baik bagi kami engkau penuhi. Ya Allah, yang maha pengasih lagi maha penyayang. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadza jam'an marhum wa tafarraqana ba'da hadza tafarraqan ma'sumah. Allahumma wala taj'al fina wala ma'ana wala man yattabi'una saqiyan wala matudan wala mahruman. Ya Allah, jadikanlah pertemuan kami ini pertemuan yang dirahmati, dan perpisahan kami selepas ini perpisahan yang terpelihara, dan janganlah engkau biarkan ya Allah apa yang ada pada kami dan orang-orang beserta kami pada mereka penderitaan dan kegagalan. Rabbana la tu'akhidna in nasina aw akhtana. Rabbana wa la tahmil 'alaina isran kama hamaltahu 'alal ladzina min qablina. Rabbana wa la tuhammilna ma la taqata lana bih wa'fu 'anna waghfir lana warhamna anta maulana fansurna 'alal qaumil kafirin. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami telah salah atas diri kami sendiri. Maka jika engkau tidak mengampuni dosa-dosa kami dan mengasihi kami, niscaya kami termasuk orang-orang yang merugi. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar wa qina adzabannar wa qina adzabannar walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Junaidi, for leading us in such a heartfelt and meaningful closing prayer. May the blessing and guidance we have sought today inspire us to continue our journey in advancing justice, governance, and human rights in the digital era.
Dear participant, we will now take a break for 30 minutes. We kindly ask you to return to the session by 13:30 West Indonesian time for the parallel session. To all authors, this is your opportunity to present your research, share your insights, and engage in meaningful discussion with fellow scholars. Please make sure to join your designated session on time and actively participate in the discussions.
This is a special announcement for presenter. The parallel session will be conducted in an online session. You can join Zoom by scanning the barcode on the screen. The parallel session will split it into 10 chambers. Please make sure you are the right chamber. You can check the list chamber on ICRTLaw website. Finally, let's close the event by reciting Alhamdulillah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
We officially close today's conference. Thank you all for your participation. Once more, don't forget to join the parallel session at 1:30 p.m.
We look forward to seeing you in the next ICRTLaw conference.
Stay safe, stay inspired, and see you next time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.